Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's a minute or so after 9 a.m. on March the 3rd, 2026. This is the start of the fifth day in the Lakefront Park Improvements hearing, a hearing on approval of a number of permits for the project and a SEPA appeal. I've gone through all those numbers on the other 4 days. I think I'm going to stop taking the time to go through them again. Uh, when we concluded last, I believe, I'm not sure about this, but I believe, Mr. Aneker, that you had concluded your cross-examination of Ms. McClusick. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. And your witness, Ms. Highland, is now here, I see on the screen. And we've checked her audio video before starting, so we know she's good to go. Is she here, able to be here for the whole day or just part of the day? Let's start with that.
My understanding is that she is available for the full day.
Okay.
I'm sure she'll let me know immediately if that's not the case, but
Okay, thank you. If I recall correctly, if my notes are right that I wrote down last week, I said that I would start with the few questions that I have for Ms. McClusick, and then I would offer to take public testimony from anybody that's joined us today. Our public testimony, I think, as we all know, is getting kind of split up into little chunks that we're fitting in where we can. And it's not my favorite way to do it, but it works. Then I will ask if Ms. Pratt has any redirect of Ms. McClusick. We'll wrap that up if there is redirect and recross. If there isn't, then we will immediately go out of order to Mr. Aneker to call Ms. Highland. And we'll do her testimony, and then we'll go back to regular order and ask Ms. Pratt who her next witness will be. I was sent an email from a member of the public, Kim Josen. That was sent to me by Ms. Pratt this morning, and I believe that Mr. Aneker would have received a copy of it as well. It's a public comment letter, so there's nothing to debate. It's good for the record. I herewith enter the Josen email letter as Exhibit 52. Now, I had a few questions. I'm not 100% sure, Ms. McClusick, that I understand the scope of the shoreline variance that's being sought here. The shoreline variance description that's in Exhibit 5 or 6, someplace back in that number range, pretty much talks only about the dock and dock length, dock width, dock surface area, things relating to the dock. Are there no other aspects of this project that require a shoreline variance?
Is that okay to speak? Yeah.
Please.
Okay. Yes. So I'm on the design team, and so working with others on the specific regulatory aspects. So there are elements of the variance related to the stream buffer as well, but I want to defer that probably to David Greetham.
Okay. I will save that for Mr. Greetham. This also may be one for Mr. Greetham, I don't know. do I understand correctly that the city is trying to keep the current preserve property? It's what I'm going to call it, I think, for simplicity. We've got the preserve property, we've got the Turner property, and then next door we have the Fudge property. And on the other side of the preserve property, we have the Civic Club property. So is the city trying to keep the preserve property as an entirely passive park area?
Yes, that's correct. You said as an entirely passive park area. I would want to say that in the conversations with the city, it'll retain the preserve designation on that property.
Okay, thank you. You probably don't have to look this up. I think I know the answer, but I want to ask so that I don't do something silly in the decision. On Exhibit 46 at page 16, there are identifications of straight lines on the plan, and some have the letters SS every so often along the line. Is SS storm sewer or sanitary sewer?
Oh, that's a great question. Because I know that we have both running through this property, and I'm not sure.
Okay.
On the survey that is included in that same exhibit on page 3,
I didn't see in the legend.
unbelievably has neither one on there. Yeah. So I can confirm that with our civil engineer though, but we do have both running through the property.
I think it's sanitary sewer because I think storm sewer is actually SD on most plan sets, but I just didn't want to make a leap of faith and put my foot in the wrong place. I'm sure somebody can fill me in on that later.
I can confirm that with our civil engineer if that's helpful.
Okay. This may be another one where I'm missing my mark by asking you. Currently, as you come onto Beach Drive and head east, when you get just past the park turnoff for the handicapped access stall, there is what I call a bump out. They're blocking for maybe 5 or so feet wide, the ability of a car to drive through. And it's got a sign on it that says something like no exit. I can't remember what's on it, but it's a sign that basically encourages members of the general public not to go down Beach Drive because there's nowhere to go other than people's houses and you can get stuck down there with difficulty trying to turn around. So my question is there going to be a similar bump out in this project, move down to the east edge of the Turner property?
I am looking for the plan to confirm, but I believe that it is for sure the signage will be relocated to the edge of the park property. So the signage will stay, but I believe that there is no bump out that's located on the street anymore.
Okay,
so you're speaking of the it's like an extruded curb, or I think there's like a vertical thing that comes out to basically constrict the roadway down to one narrow car passing lane.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. It's my understanding that that will be removed and not replaced. But I can confirm that again.
Okay, thank you. It would be helpful to me, just for background, to have a reasonably concise understanding of the if you will, the history of the development of this project. When did the city acquire the property? How did it acquire it? In the sense of where did funding come from? Has the city council been involved at any point in the review of this project, et cetera, et cetera? A little, just sort of a capsule history of the origins of the project. Is there such a thing extant?
Yeah, so in the initial presentation at the very beginning of the project, I went through a little bit of a history where we looked at the aerials and we talked about the dates that some of those purchases occurred for the 3 individual lots. And then I gave the summary of the public engagement, which included the 11 official meetings with the City Council and the Parks and Rec Board. There is a liaison to the Parks and Rec Board that is a city council member that sits on the Parks and Rec Board. So each of those meetings would have had both city council representation or would have been directly in front of the city council. Further, we had additional site visits where we did tours of the property at the very beginning of the project and then subsequent involving city council members. And so there has been a high degree of city council involvement, including their specific approval of certain design decisions, discussions about their approval of the schematic plan, which was the plan that informed the concept that is presented in front of you today. I could get into more specifics or put together a timeline or a bulleted list or something if that's helpful. But from my recollection right now, not pulling anything up, that's what I can point to.
My impression is that funding has been obtained or promised, I'm not sure which is the right word, for development of the park from a variety of governmental, maybe private too, but certainly it sounds like governmental sources. And I sort of have the impression, just from what people have said, that some of those funding decisions, opportunities, whatever the proper word is, have come with strings attached. Like it has to be used for a certain kind of park, or there were certain expectations in how the money would be used. Am I reading into testimony things that aren't there?
No, that's correct. For example, the park received initially a $500,000, but then later was increased to $1 million through the Aquatic Lands Enhancement funding program. So the ALEA, ALEA is the acronym for that. The Aquatic Lands Enhancement funding, some of the aspects that they were excited about was the bulkhead removal occurring at the shoreline, the moving the dock further from the confluence, the opening of Lyon Creek on the shoreline. So, the expectation would be that those things are completed as part of this project. And then there are other funding mechanisms with specific rationale. So, for example, some of the dollars where the Turner property was acquired by the city in the first place, the stated purpose of acquisition in those documents was to provide for, and I can get the exact verbiage for you if you'd like it, to expand public recreational opportunities for water-based recreation. So it was about water access, that funding for the acquisition of the Turner property. And then there were specific items that were mentioned in that funding document, which was the dock was mentioned, and other things. So Corey Matson has information about that specifically, but we can get that documentation for you as well. And the initial purchase of the Turner property was actually by Forterra, and there was a memorandum of understanding that the city would be purchasing it from Forterra when the city had raised the money. But we can construct that timeline or supply any additional information if the hearing examiner requests it.
Okay. And the Aquatic Lands Enhancement, is that a state funding?
It is. That's a state-funded program that's administered through the Recreation and Conservation Office, through RCO.
State dollars. Okay. Ms. Matson is listed as a potential witness. If she's called, maybe she can go into that a little more. Um, the float, the float depth is, I remember being told it was 4.5 feet. Is that at the high lake level or at the low lake level? If you know.
I would need to verify that. I would need to verify that.
Okay. How is the stormwater outfall treated? The pipe looks like it just goes up to the landward end of the new dock and it just stops. I don't see it going into the lake to be discharged out away from the shoreline. I don't see a structure at the end. It just looks like the pipe ends. And I apologize, I did not write down an exhibit number. But I think it would be in 46, because that's where the new sheets got put in with the storm drainage.
Yeah, I'm guessing that would be C11 or C111, which is the site drainage plan, or C121, which is the utility plan. And those are both
what
on
page, what
Bates
PDF
number, PDF page number 23 in exhibit 6. Is
Thank
that
you.
is that the one that you're referring to?
Well, let me scoot down
Okay.
there. Yes. Yeah.
And
Either 23 or 24. It just looks like the pipe ends.
do you want to share your screen and let me know which pipe you're looking
Oh
at?
dear, you don't.
Or I can share my screen if that helps.
Well, if you look at the dock,
Mm-hmm.
there is a, well, about on my screen, it's about 3/4 of an inch left of the inboard end of the dock.
Mm-hmm.
There is a catch basin shown.
Mm-hmm.
It's catch basin number 1, type 1. Got a
Mm-hmm.
rim elevation of, it's pretty small print, looks like 19.94.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the water go after it passes through that catch basin?
It disperses into the gravel trench. So you can see the gravel trench along the side of the sidewalk.
Ah, okay. So the dispersal's back there. I see. Thank you.
Right.
Uh, okay, and on the same exhibit,
Mm-hmm.
just to the right or the south, if you want to use our directional convention of the community building,
Mm-hmm.
there is a 30-foot, let me enlarge it a bit. I think it said 42 inch, but I may be. Well, it's got the tag number 5 sitting over it. Let me go to the next sheet because maybe it doesn't. Well, and that one doesn't give the dimensions. But there is a 30-foot pipe
Mm-hmm.
with cross hatching in it. And that discharges into, according to the tag, catch basin number 14, has a flow control T. in the catch basin, which leads me to believe that that pipe is a detention pipe.
It is, yes.
Where's the inlet to it? I'm not seeing anything where water goes into that pipe.
It is roof drainage that goes into that.
Oh, okay. All righty. Thank you. I think I know the answer to this question too, but I want to ask, there seemed to be some confusion among the participants when you were talking about the biofiltration area that's east of the community building. It's that little gourd shaped, it's
Mhm.
actually not very little, but the gourd shaped area. Again, looking at page 23, PDF 23, it's got tag number 1
Mhm.
in that. Okay. Is that open water or is that a vegetated area that can be allowed to flood when water comes into it and then but it's not a pond, right?
No, it's not a pond. It'll be a vegetated planter that will, if there's a lot of rain, it'll have some water in it.
Yeah.
That'll be treated, but the intent is that it'll read as a vegetated planter.
Thank you.
Outside of,
That's what I was sure it was, but I always like to ask.
sure.
You may be able to answer this one without looking at the exhibit, but the exhibit's 33. What's the difference between fixture units and numbers of fixtures?
I believe that is the capacity flow through those fixtures. So like a commercial wash sink or like a heavy duty washer dryer or a heavy duty, washer may have more fixture units because it's a residential equivalency chart. And so it's looking at, assuming that this is a residential service, what would be the equivalent amount? So you'll see that in the little, and this is me not looking at the exhibit, in the little table, it gives a, it says if it's this type of sink, then it's this type of this many units. If it's that type of thing, it's this many units. There should be like a little conversion chart right on there. Does that make sense?
I think it does. So the first pair of columns, well, the first column is the kind of fixture, and then next are 2 columns labeled fixture units, and those seem to have typed numbers that are part of the form. So are those the multipliers that are used
Can you
to
remind me
get
what
to the
exhibit
last
this is?
number? Pardon?
Okay. Exhibit number 33. I just found it.
33. Yeah, it's only 1 page. I just want to know which column to look at if I wanted to say how many toilets had been removed. For
Okay.
example, like water, it's down at the bottom, water closet.
Mm-hmm.
Number of fixtures, public 4, private 2, total fixture units 30. Well, obviously
Mhm.
4 and 2 don't add up to 30. So is the answer there were 6 toilets that were removed?
No.
Or
So
4 and 2?
yeah, the only information about fixture removal on this form is on the right-hand column, basically above the letter B, other wastewater flow. And it says credit for demolition may be given under some circumstances, and then it asks about those. But this is actually, they're not tremendously concerned on this form of what used to be there. They're much more concerned with the calculation of what the fixture units are moving ahead. And so you can see where it has, going back to that same line that calculates to 30, that the black letters are the ones that are in the form. So 6 times 4 is 24, 3 times 2 is 6, 24 plus 6 equals 30. That's how the calculation is done.
But wouldn't 4 and 2 be the number of water closets that were taken out?
No, this form only prompts for the ones that are everything that's going in.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I see.
So this describes basically the use of the restrooms where they are open all day for park users is a public use. The 2 toilets are closer to a private use where they are not open for public use unless the buildings are unlocked and they're designed for the tenants of those buildings during the time that they're being used.
I see.
Proximity
Okay,
case is private use.
thank you. I
This, yeah, this
totally
does also include
misunderstood
urinals.
what this
Yeah.
chart was all about.
Oh, that's okay. This is the form that King County issues, their wastewater treatment division issues, to basically say what is the demand. You're redeveloping this property. What's the demand that you're putting on the system from this property?
Okay. From whom does one get a salmon safe certification?
Salmon Safe is its own organization. So Salmon Safe is the entity.
Oh. And you submit plans and information about your project, and then they decide whether you qualify as a salmon safe project? Is it as
Right.
simple as that?
No, it is a process similar to LEAD, where effectively they promote or I guess publicize, I don't know what you would say, but they have out there the information on what would be the minimum necessary requirements to meet their program. So then you design with those parameters as the intent of the project. And then once you have gotten to a point where you can demonstrate satisfaction of those parameters, you then register the project with the entity and meet with them to ensure where they review the project documents. Then with Salmon Safe, there's also a commissioning period that's essentially during project completion, construction, and post-occupancy, where they continue to ensure that things like yard maintenance, et cetera, are done consistent with the program. It's not, LEAD has a reporting period afterwards, but it doesn't change your certification process. LEAD, you build the building, you've gotten the thing, they give you the plaque, you hang it in the lobby. Salmon Safe is locally specific, and it's a little bit more rigorous when it comes to the operation of a site. So the Salmon Safe credential, that relationship after construction will be managed by the city in terms of continuing to coordinate with that program to ensure that the certification is fully awarded.
Okay. Thank you. Groundwater discharge during construction. I have a perception from all the years I've been doing this and the projects I've seen and what have you, that sometimes in our neck of the woods, when you dig a trench for a utility, you get water coming into the trench. Sometimes you don't. All depends on the water table at that site and at that time of year. Other than having to remove that water while you work in it, does this project require groundwater discharge? Is it going to take water out and dump it somewhere just to do it?
No, we don't
Okay.
anticipate that happening.
Okay. And is handling water like that a common occurrence, and do contractors know what to do with it?
If water is encountered during excavation, like you described, yes, the contractor, the geotechnical engineer, the mass excavation company, they all understand what would happen then. There will be a stormwater pollution prevention plan, the SWIP plan, that's written and drafted and approved through the building clear and grade permit that the contractor will maintain, and that includes all of those. If this occurs, then this will be happened. So in addition to the contractor just they like you said, this happens and they understand how to do that. But there is an additional check on that, which is that documentation at the building clear and grade permit will be submitted to the city in the form of a plan, which they will then review.
Okay, thank you. I spent a little bit of time after the hearing going through the SMP, and it seems like the SMP requires protection around the perimeter of all wetland buffers. Fencing or something. It seems to give some flexibility as to how you do it, but protection around the perimeter of all the wetland buffers. If I'm interpreting the master program correctly in that regard, then am I also right in concluding that the shoreline variance would include a variance from that requirement? Because we've got legal wetland buffers going all over the place on this site because of the number of them and where they're located. We've got stream buffers that go through the middle of the house.
Mhm.
Are we? And there's no indication on the plans that we're going to be putting fences across the walkway so people can't get there from here. So are we asking for variances from that kind of rule, if I'm interpreting it correctly, that it applies?
The city is aware of the wetlands on this property and what the outer edge of buffer would be and the limit of disturbance that's currently existing within those buffers and why fences on the outer buffers would be impractical. So we're working with them, trying to balance public access with wetland protection. But my understanding is that due to the flexibility in the code, there's no need for a variance on this specific. This is not part of the variance criteria, but David Greetham can speak more specifically to that.
Okay, thank you. And just a very minor thing. Exhibit number 1 was just simply called 70% design permit set. And exhibit number 46 is labeled by the city as augmented SEPA plan set. You may be the wrong one to ask, but is the city trying to suggest that exhibit 46 only applies to the SEPA appeal?
No, this was actually done at my request because the exhibit number 1 is not the full 70% plan set. It wasn't submitted as the 70% plan set. We submitted a 70% design progress set to the city. Separately from this, we submitted to the city's project manager and our design team group. When we submitted for the SEPA, we submitted a select set of that documentation for the purpose of the SEPA application. That is actually what was entered in as Exhibit 1, entitled 70% design set, but that is actually the SEPA submitted plan set.
But I'm being asked to approve a shoreline conditional use permit, which requires a site plan. I'm being asked to approve a shoreline substantial development permit, which requires site plans, topography, building elevation information, all kinds of good stuff. I've always assumed from day one in this hearing that the plan set was intended to apply to all of the various permit elements in this case. Have I been wrong? Is there another
No.
plan set for the conditional use permit?
I don't think that you're wrong. I think that if I had known that it would be called the 70% plan set, I would have included more information. And so when you looked at the 70% plan set and said it's only 25 pages, where's the rest of this information? That's because that was submitted to respond to the SEPA checklist specifically. It was not the full complete piece of documentation. And I would have made it a much more complete package of more than the 25. And so that is really what Exhibit 46, if I'm getting that number correct, is it's augmented from the earlier set is essentially what that is saying. So if we want to retitle them, we could probably change Exhibit 1 to the SEPA submitted plan set and then change Exhibit 46 to the 70% progress set or 7% design. That would be a more consistent, more appropriate naming in terms of what those were used for.
if I'm looking for a set of plans that show the project for which my approval is being sought, is Exhibit 46 that set of plans?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Don't need to rename.
Okay.
As long as I know what it's all about, we're okay. All right, I have no other questions. So that brings us to public testimony. Is there any member of the public present with us today who has not yet testified and who wishes to do so this morning? Ms. Pratt, you had a
I will just
question?
say, when I made people aware that public testimony would be allowed today, I did say 10 o'clock because that is what we had discussed last week. So
I can't
there
win.
may be 10 million people lined up in your queue to testify, but I just wanted to let you know that I said 10 o'clock.
I can't win for losing on trying to get public testimony convenient here. Mr. Aneker, I'm quite sure that your examination of um, uh, Ms. Highland is going to be well more than a half an hour.
I can guarantee that, yes.
Okay. Oh, jeepers. Let's see. Okay, let me ask again. Let's see. What have I got here? I see I see Mr. Greetham raising his hand. At least I think that's his hand.
Yes,
Greetham.
Mr. Examiner, and maybe you were just going to ask this, but we do have one member in the chambers who would like to testify from the public, at least that's present in the chambers.
Okay, excellent. Let's take that person. Now, where do you want them to go to do their testimony?
Right there, you can speak into this microphone. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Let me swear you in.
Sure.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you start by telling us your name and how to spell it?
Sure. My name is, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. My name is David Schneidman. David is spelled the conventional way. Schneidman is not. It's S as in Sam, H-N-E-I-D-M-A-N. Should have a C in it, but it doesn't.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schneidman. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I've never actually testified at a public land use hearing before, so bear with me if that shows. I'm 78 years old. For the last 37 years, my legal address has been 17356 Beach Drive, which is to say I'm 2 plats over from the new park and on the other side of the Fudges. And I think that duration of living on Beach Drive gives me some legitimate perspective on the area around it. And what I'd like to talk about actually is the traffic impact of the new park. And what impresses, well, I want to say, first of all, it's really been a very interesting experience for me to see sort of the granular detail of how one of these processes occur over a long period of time. And I've been able to participate in some of that. I went to 3 of the open house meetings, and I was able to write Yancey at Lake Forest Park City Hall an email or two noting my observations. And I don't know whether this is true or not, but what it appeared to me that this project has something of a tunnel vision. There's this amazing granular wonderful detail of all the stuff within the park, but nothing at all about its impact on the community around it. And I want to read a little bit of my email to Yancey and then sort of expand upon it, if I may, for a moment or two. And my testimony is not going to be long. So here goes. So the first thing I wanted to say is, the goal of this park is for it to be a popular public destination for the public at large, with a usage that would include a much larger population than Lake Forest Park. Indeed, during the attractive part of the year, the residents of Lake Forest Park will likely be a small minority of the users. This will be analogous to the situation of Log Boom Park in Kenmore, a short distance away, where at that time in the summer, most of the users are not locals from Kenmore. My point being that a lot of the people that use this will not be the local Lake Forest Park people who kind of know the situation, but it will draw more generally. And compare the situation on Beach Drive and the area around it with the area at Log Boom Park. In Log Boom Park, there are 44 traffic stalls. I counted them. And oftentimes they're empty or partially used, but in the summer they're totally filled. In the summer, there's an overflow on 175th Street, which if you look at it, is a street that has two openings, one at either end, and it's a wide street, and there are often like 40 or 50 cars parked there during a peak summer weekend. In contrast, Beach Drive, well, basically, my observation is there's a carrying capacity issue here, a peak use carrying capacity, and it has to do with the heel of Ballinger Way with the light that opens onto 522. And basically what you have here is basically, it's like a river with a mouth that has three tributaries to it. You have the Beach Drive tributary to the east, which has 27 houses. And you have the Beach Drive tributary to the west, which has 8 houses. And then you have the Civic Club, which has 40 spaces of parking. I counted those too. And basically, the constriction is the light. And the light, as a traffic engineer would design it, preferentially allows the major throughput, which is 522, and only a minor part of the throughput, which is the 104 Ballinger Way part. So what's going to happen during the summer is that I think people, especially people from the area who don't know the area, around the area, are unduly optimistic, and they will try to park in the 7 spaces that are available for the general public, and they'll be filled. Obviously, you know, on a rainy Thursday morning in February, there won't be very many people at the park, but on a summer weekend, there will. By way of analogy, according to Kip, who's the manager at the Civic Club, during the summer they get 200 to 300 people a day, and on their 4th of July, which is their biggest event, they have actually 600 to 800 people, and the parking there is just totally full. So what's going to happen is you're going to have a situation like a cork in the bottle, where basically people will try to find one of those 7 spaces. They'll be occupied, and then they'll turn around and they'll be stuck, and they'll be limited by this very intermittent outflow through the traffic light at Ballinger Way. So what really surprised me and concerned me is that, at least in my reading of it, and I did spend some time on it, and I certainly may have missed it, but it looked to me like this whole project is one of tunnel vision. It's all focused on the park itself, but not on the impact of the area around it. There was no impact statement at all that I saw about traffic flow on Beach Drive, Ballinger Way. Kip tells me that because of I saw an email from him, he didn't tell me this directly, that there's also about 150 people that turn around on that Ballinger Way heel, because there's no left turn now into the dental business building that's to the Kenmore direction. And so you get people turning around. So my point is that basically during the peak use of this, you have a throughput capacity which is being exceeded. And just, you know, just as a suggestion, I would say you certainly do need parking spots for handicap because of, well, it's the right thing to do, but also because of ADA. And you need parking spots for the park support people or police or whatever. So that's true. But I would say you're dangling a lure by having a small amount of general parking, which is going to really gum up and totally block the usage of the streets and basically access to the park to itself for the people on either side on Beach Drive, which I agree that's only 35 houses, but also the usage of the Civic Club, and that it's not, like I said, it's a tunnel vision project looking at the park itself, but not on the impact of the traffic pattern around it. And that's what I wanted to say. And I want to say thank you for the opportunity to have this testimony.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schneigman.
All right. So actually, my suggestion would be that really those public parking spots are a snare and a delusion, and they shouldn't be there. And that's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me see. Um, okay, I'm looking now at the list of attendees, and Scott M. Donaldson has clicked his screen for raise hand, and so I will call on him, but I would note, I don't know who E is. Ms. Fudge has already testified, as has TJ Fudge, so I will skip them. I don't know, Mr. Kane has not raised his hand, so I'll wait a bit and see if he wishes to, and I have no idea who E is. If that person wants to testify, they too can click the button to raise hand, and I'll come back to you in a minute. So, Scott Donaldson, do you wish to testify? Scott Donaldson, are you there? You've been promoted to a panelist, so you can, I see you've unmuted yourself. That's good. Do you have any video capability?
Yes, I've got my video turned on now. Can you hear me now? Can you see me now?
Yes, to both of them, as of just when you said it. Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And despite the fact that it's spelled on the screen, would you tell us your name and how to spell it?
Certainly. Scott Donaldson, Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, for letting the public speak at this hearing. This is a very important hearing, and I want to first just second all the comments that Mr. Schneiderman, my neighbor, gave just now to the hearing examiner. I thought it was very well put, and they're very good points, and I agree with them. So my wife Tammy and I have lived on Beach Drive for 33 years, and we're very familiar with the issues that have arisen about this proposed park. I'd like to speak to just 4 of these issues. The first is safety on Beach Drive. The second is the legality of using the passive park to create the active park. The third is the signage on Beach Drive that currently exists and is proposed for helping people understand that they can park over at City Hall. And the fourth is the conflict of interest that the city has. I'll try and be brief. So, first of all, the safety on Beach Drive and anyone using Lyon Creek Passive Preserve and the proposed active park. So, over almost 2 years ago now, I asked the fire department to report to Mayor French about its access down our one-lane dead-end road that delivery trucks come down multiple times every day, that 27 families live on and certainly use and invite their friends and families down on all the major holidays like the 4th of July. An event center is now proposed for the proposed park, the active park. The Civic Club also has an event center and has events there, and parking that overflows, as David pointed out just now. They have 44 public parking places, but the overflow during these events comes down Beach Drive. We live just 8 doors down from TJ and Bessie Fudge, and nine houses down from Todd Turner, who I knew through this whole thing. The overflow onto Beach Drive can create a nightmare. And so when I asked the fire department to comment on it, I served the Shoreline Fire Department number 57 with a letter back on May 6th of 2024, asking the fire department's input and asked them to report to the mayor about their input and analysis of the current situation of this dead-end road and the proposed increase in traffic, parking, and pedestrians. It is my understanding that they did not provide that report or chose not to. I had provided them with multiple photographs, including this one that I think you can see. And this one gets more into the signage. This is in front of the passive park, the preserve that you call it. And this is someone parking in front of a no parking sign while they unload their watercraft that they're not supposed to launch, according to the rules of the preserve. This is a dead-end road. People can't turn around easily on here. And I can't tell you how many people with boats have ignored all the signs on Beach Drive saying there's no access here to Log Boom Park. It's a dead-end street. Don't come down here. There's at least 3 of those signs that they ignore. And I multiple times have had to help people back their boats all the way back up Beach Drive when they get 27 houses down. So that is a problem, is people trying to follow the signs. If, in this case, we're going to tell them to park over at City Hall and walk across a 7-lane state highway at a light with their children, with their coolers, with their stand-up paddle boards, and with all their inflatable toys. So next, as to the legality of using the passive park to create an active park, Todd Turner's property is only 170 feet wide. And I went to most of the meetings at City Hall, including the one that Ms. McClusick described as being only with the Beach Drive residents, that she thought might be 12 homes. It's actually 27, as David pointed out. As the hearing examiner asked today of Ms. McClusick, is the entire property going to remain passive? And she was very careful in her response to that question to the hearing examiner, saying, well, the city is going to keep the designation of passive. But actually, in all the designs, they're grabbing the passive park, which I now understand Ms. McClusick was involved in developing. They're going to grab the front end of that park and use it, and it's in all the designs where people will be pulling off into that passive park, because Todd Turner's property is only 170 feet in width, and that's not enough room. So on May 6th of 2024, as far as the passive park and the legality of using this, I served on Kim Adams Pratt, the Lake Forest Park City Attorney, a letter asking for, and I was concerned about the width of the right-of-way and the lack of parking at the proposed waterfront park. And we're concerned about public safety given the condensed space and congestion due to public access. So I also asked Ms. Pratt to provide Mayor French with a report on how you can legally grab the passive park because you don't have enough room on Todd Turner's property to do what you want to do. How can you legally do that? And I believe TJ was involved in the hearings for that preserve and the passive nature of it. And so I'm sure he spoke to the rules of that preserve and what active versus passive is. It's not squishy, as Ms. McCluzak testified, because this is not a whitewater rafting that we're talking about, where there's some kind of a squishy definition between passive and active. That's not the case here. So I never got a report from the city attorney. What she did was she responded and said that I got your letter and the city administration will be responding, but I won't give any legal advice on this subject. So here's the letter I got back saying the city administrator would respond and provide a report to Mayor French. And according to all my inquiries, Mayor French never got such a report, and I could not get a response from the city administrator, Mr. Philip Hill. So Beach Drive, again, as David pointed out, is a dead-end road. It's one lane wide, and we can handle the passive park, the preserve that is there. But all it takes is one car with a confused driver coming through that intersection, and if you're behind them, it happens almost every day. And you can tell immediately that this is a confused driver because they see the entrance in front of them to the Civic Club. And it says that's a private club. You can't go in there. So they look to the right. They can't go down that little dead-end road, as David pointed out, to 8 different houses. And if they go left, which they invariably do, they end up coming past the preserve, and maybe they see some signs telling them that it's a dead-end road, that there's no access to Log Boom Park. Now they're going to try and turn around. And you've got cars backed up onto a state highway. The 522 is a state highway, 7 lanes wide there. And now you've got, if I'm behind this confused driver, I might be off of Beach Drive and out of the crosswalk there that the Burke Gilman Trail creates. But there are cars behind me backed out into a state highway because of this one confused driver. So if you multiply that by hundreds of people trying to come down here, you're going to have more of a problem. And I think that's what the hearing examiner has, I'm sure, been listening for, is the volume of what this road and this proposed park can handle. The proposal is to put signs up telling people to park over at City Hall. They just won't do it. They'll come down here, they'll unload their stand-up paddleboards and their kayaks like they've been doing for the passive park, even though it's in the rules there that you can't launch your paddleboard there. You can't let your dog in the water there. They do that too. And you can't launch your kayak. So I've witnessed all of this in the last few years since the Lyon Creek Preserve was built. Signs are not followed. and the signs up and down Beach Drive are not followed. Last, I want to speak to the city's clear conflict of interest. The city of Lake Forest Park cannot legally make the determination of non-significance when it is the applicant proposing the park. That is the fox guarding the hen house. It is wrong, and it does not pass the standard of appearance of impropriety. It does not maintain public trust when it is the city of Lake Forest Park ignoring the findings in the biological evaluation that the proposed use is likely to adversely affect the critical habitat of 3 different species: the Puget Sound Chinook salmon, the Puget Sound steelhead, and the coastal Puget Sound bull trout. An environmental impact statement is required to evaluate and properly act on this situation where the proposal is to have an active park so close to the Lyon Creek stream buffer. As the hearing examiner pointed out this morning, there are legal wetland buffers going all over this site. Are the variances sought from those rules? Now, I've personally dealt with King County on variances from stream buffers, so I'm familiar with this subject. I think it's interesting, and I'm not sure if the hearing examiner got an answer to that question, but it was clear that fences on the outer edges of those wetlands delineations are impractical. So because we're the city and because we have this plan, we don't need to follow the rules. It's very similar to what they're doing with the being the applicant proposing the park and being the entity that is saying we don't need an environmental impact statement. So in summary, I think this site is too small for what is proposed. It's only 170 feet wide, the Turner property. It is in the wrong location on a dead-end road that, as the hearing examiner pointed out this morning in his question, out where there's not enough water here because there's a delta created by all the silt coming down Lyon Creek. That's established. And if you put a swimming float out there, it's going to be only 4.5 feet deep. In the summertime, when it's deep water, it'll be 22 inches less the other 6 months of the year. So the hearing examiner can, I'm sure, imagine what is going to happen if children and adults dive off that hearing platform and it's only in 4 feet of water. That's another safety issue. So Beach Drive has 27 families on it and a passive park already here that we deal with and is fine and was passed properly. And we have a civic club that anyone can join and use that has over 40 parking places. And it's a large facility. We also have Log Boom Park, an $8 or $10 million park just within walking distance that has sufficient parking, as David pointed out, I think 44 stalls, and has good access and overflow for the parking. But what is proposed here, Beach Drive is the overflow, and it cannot handle the overflow that is proposed for an active park. So I want to thank you for allowing me to give you my humble opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. Appreciate it. Let's look again at our attendees. I don't see that anybody has raised their hand. I'll ask again. Whoever E is, capital letter E, if that person wishes to testify, please click the raise hand button on your screen. And Kip Kane, if you wish to testify, please click the raise hand button on your screen. Neither one is doing so. So we will end our testimony. Ms. Pratt, I would note that it is now 10:05 a.m. So we are beyond the time that you had advised people that we might be taking public testimony. So I feel very comfortable moving on with our schedule today, which brings us to Mr. Anaker and his witness, Ms. Highland. So Ms. Highland, if you would unmute yourself and turn on your video. Mr. Anaker, I presume she is the one you want to have speak?
Yes. And
Okay,
she should be here
we're getting there.
briefly.
She's halfway there.
Sorry, now my video is giving me, there we go. It was giving me trouble for a second.
There you are. Okay. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you tell us your name and how to spell it, please?
It's Rachel, Rachel, Highland, Hyland.
Thank you, Ms. Highland. Your witness, Mr. Anaker.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. All right. Ms. Highland, could you tell us a little bit about or actually, let's first go over, could you tell us where you work?
Yes, I work at Soundview Consultants, part of a larger company called Trinity Consultants, based out of Gig Harbor.
And what is your position there?
I'm an associate principal and managing senior environmental scientist.
Oh, thank you. So could you tell us a little bit about your education starting after high school?
Sure. I went to the University of Connecticut and got a degree in ecology and evolutionary biology. Just wanted education, right?
Yeah, well, I guess the next question is, do you have any particular certifications or other professional qualifications?
Yes, I'm a certified ecologist through the Ecological Society of America and a professional wetland scientist through the Society of Wetland Scientists.
Thanks. And could you go through your work experience after you graduated from college?
Yep. So I worked at, I'm from Connecticut. I worked for the state of Connecticut for about a year, helping with bat research and some shorebird databases. And then I got a job at a environmental consulting firm based out of Connecticut called BL Companies, where I was trained in wetland delineation, permitting, environmental assessments, and was there for almost 5 years before I moved out here. And I've been here for over 7 years now at Soundview, doing wetland delineations, critical area studies, environmental assessments, that sort of thing.
Okay. And you mentioned wetland delineations. What is a wetland delineation?
Wetland delineation is identifying the edge of a wetland, and wetlands are based on 3 criteria, which are hydrophytic vegetation, so vegetation that likes being wet for extended periods of time, hydric soils, which develop when there is water present for extended periods of time, and then hydrology, so the actual presence of water. All of this has to be present during the early growing season.
And what is the procedure for a wetland delineation study?
So you do some background research prior to going onto a site, identify areas that have indications that they could be wetlands. So things like surface water on aerials or saturation on aerials. There's also mapping available from the federal government called NWI, which is National Wetland Inventory. There's also state and local mapping available to check. And so you use those resources before you even head out. And then when you're in the field, you are checking for the 3 wetland criteria, which includes, like I said, the hydrophytic vegetation, hydric soils, and hydrology. And so how we do that is by digging pits and looking at the soils and looking for hydrology after we've established, what the vegetation is. You hang a flag at the edge of the wetland to demarcate the boundary, and you collect an in and an out plot, as we call them. So you collect a data form that shows that you are meeting all 3 wetland criteria inside the wetland boundary, and then you collect a data plot outside of the wetland boundary, preferably not too far away from one another, to show that you have hung a flag at the edge, and now that the out plot does not meet at least one of the wetland criteria.
Okay. And when you're conducting the study, are you just looking at where the wetland is? Or are you looking at anything else qualitative about it?
Yes, you're also looking at you're assessing the functions and values of the wetland. At least in Washington, we have a rating system, and there's a manual that tells you how to go over that qualitative assessment. And wetlands are categorized into 4 categories, with category 4 being the lowest value, the lowest function, and category 1 being the highest value, highest function.
Okay. And before we get too far, what did you review prior to prior to this hearing today?
There's quite a list, isn't there? So I've looked over. You want me to just read out the exhibit numbers or the names of the reports?
Yeah, let's do the names of the reports.
Okay. So I have looked at the 70% design set, the Shoreline Substantial Development Permit application. Some of these documents, the ones that I've just kind of glanced at and haven't super dug into, I'm going to skip over. The Shoreline Designation Map, the SEPA checklist application, critical area report, wetland and stream delineation report, biological evaluation, shoreline jurisdiction exhibit, pervious and impervious surface exhibit. Then there were revised shoreline substantial development permit narrative, Department of Ecology comments, Department of Fish and Wildlife, HPA, staff report, and then there were the handful of additional documents more recently, the staff report, the hearing presentation material, site photos, and the augmented SEPA plan.
Did you look at the mitigated determination of non-significance?
Oh, yes. Sorry,
Okay.
I did.
Okay. Just wanted to double check that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so moving on, I'm going to share my screen and show an exhibit here. Okay, so I'll represent this as exhibit 11 or 011 rather. Do you recognize what you're seeing on the screen here?
Yep.
Yeah, what is it?
It's the wetland and stream delineation report.
Okay. And so I'm going to go ahead and scroll down here to, let's actually, well, let's go. Okay. So we're now on PDF page 43, Bates number 0218. And what are we looking at here?
This is the wetland rating for Wetland A.
Okay, and this is the sheet that you were talking about earlier with the process for rating.
Yes, this is the form we fill out for rating wetlands.
Okay. And you mentioned there's the four rankings of wetlands. How would you determine which category a wetland falls into?
So the wetlands utilizing the rating system are divided based on scores. And so as you can see, it says overall wetland category, and then number one category of wetland based on functions. And so that's how we rate them based on a quantitative score. And so it gives point ranges for the 4 different categories.
Okay. And what are those quantitative categories?
So I'll back up a little bit. There is an alternative way to rate wetlands. It does not apply to any of these wetlands here. It's a qualitative form.
Okay.
So this is the quantitative form, which assigns points.
Okay. My mistake. So could you explain the categories there? It looks like the function categories is what I'm asking about.
Yeah, so the way that the rating is split up is that there are 3 functions that it's scoring on, and they're listed in the gray boxes up at the top: improving water quality, hydrologic, and habitat functions. And then each of those 3 categories is split up into like 3 subcategories, and those are listed on the left side of the table, and they include site potential, landscape potential, and value, with site potential looking at the wetland itself, the landscape potential looking at the wetland in terms of the immediate surrounding areas, and then value to society. So look, it's like every step is a little bit more zoomed out. And there are questions. So you end up with 9 boxes that are each assigned a score. And then you add up your total score, and that will give you a single number, and you figure out where that number falls in the ranges above.
Okay, and then off to the right of that, there is the score for each function based on 3 ratings. Could you explain how that relates to the scoring box to the left of it?
Yeah. So you'll notice the HML, which stand for high, medium, or moderate and low. An H is equivalent to 3 points, an M is equivalent to 2 points, and an L is equivalent to 1 point, which means that at a bare minimum, you have a wetland that has 9 points. And at a maximum, you have 27 points. For habitat score, you go through, assign your point value to whatever the selected category is: high, medium, low. And so this one, for example, it is low, low, high, which means that we have 1 point, 1 point, and 3 points. So that is a total of 5.
Okay. Really quick, I'm going to back up to PDF page 1, which is Bates number 0176. As we're looking at it here, it looks like there's a list of the wetlands and categories, and habitat score is specifically called out there. Why would habitat score be called out as opposed to the other 2 function categories?
Because typically buffers are based off of a combination of the wetland rating and the habitat score. And typically that's because the habitat is, physically what is present on the ground. And so if it's a higher rated wetland and it's got a higher score for habitat, then they assign it a larger buffer width.
Okay. And in your review of this document, did you find any errors in the ratings of the wetlands?
Yes, we saw a couple things on the ratings that appeared to have been incorrectly scored.
Okay, so I'm going to go return to, I believe it was page 48. wasn't. Okay. We've returned to page 430218. And so we're back at wetland A. What errors did you find in the wetland A grading?
So for wetland A, we identified two potential changes. The main one, though, that makes a difference is the water quality improvement. So that's question L 3.1. And this question is asking about the presence of 303D, so impaired waters. And the lake is identified on the Water Quality Atlas map as being an impaired water. It has a listing within like the body of the lake.
And when you're referring, which lake is that?
Lake Washington, the one that is the site is on.
Okay. And so we're looking now at Bates number 0222, page 47. And this is where we have that that question, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the lake is on the 303D list, and you said that was in a manual, I believe.
It's on the Water Quality Atlas map,
Okay.
which is a state-run mapping tool that identifies things that are, bodies of water that are impaired due to things like bacteria, contaminants, sediments, things like that.
Okay. And Lake Washington is on that list, so you would have checked one.
Yes.
Okay. And why would that matter?
Because wetlands provide a function of water quality, which is the section that this question is under. And so when a wetland is located up gradient of a impaired water body, what it's doing is to help filter out any pollutants, toxicants that are going to enter that already impaired body of water.
And why does this matter from the ratings point of view?
Because when you assign a point for a function, it can change the score. And in this case, it changes that score from a moderate to a high, I believe.
Okay. And changing that score, would that have an effect on the rating of the wetland overall?
Yes, if you scroll back up to the page we were looking at before that has the summary on it, you'll notice we have 19 points total in the way that it was originally rated, and that is the high end of a category 3, which you'll see it says total score 16 to 19 points. So because the improving water quality score for the value on the left side of the table is marked as a moderate, when you bump it up to a high, then that goes from 7 to 8 points, and then the total score goes from 19 to 20, which means that we are now in a category 2 rather than a category 3.
And what are the implications of a category 2 versus a category 3?
So it's saying that it's a higher functioning wetland, higher value wetland, and what that is associated with is typically a larger buffer.
And do you know how much larger of a buffer?
In this case, according to the code, it goes from, I believe, a 75-foot buffer to a 100-foot buffer.
And that's the Shoreline master program that you're referencing there?
Yes, it's the environmentally sensitive areas within the SMP.
And why are buffers important?
Buffers are important because they help protect the wetland. while wetlands do provide an assortment of functions, they can't do that if they have to simultaneously protect themselves from outside disturbances. So the buffers functionally are part of what's allowing the wetland to do its job. So the smaller the buffer, the harder the wetland now has to work to try to complete the same level of function. And oftentimes when the buffer is not big enough, then the wetland itself becomes degraded.
So there are additional impacts on the environment around and including the wetland as a result of that.
Correct.
Okay. Were there any other issues that you observed, meaning mistakes on the wetland evaluation of Wetland A?
There were a couple things we noted in the habitat section that we pointed out. There is under H1.4, which is the question about interspersion of habitats. It was marked as 1, meaning low. The way they have it identified in their wetland rating figures, which are maps that are created in association with the rating form. There's one that shows the coordinate classifications of the wetland, and that's just a fancy word for the type of vegetation growing there. And so they identify both forested and emergent vegetation. And they identify it going emergent, forested, emergent, forested. And because you have that shift in the different habitats, that equates more along the lines of moderate interspersion of habitat, with interspersion of habitat being kind of like pizza with toppings. When you have just a cheese pizza, a single vegetative class, you have no interspersion. When you have two vegetative classes, like think of a half cheese pizza, half pepperoni pizza or something like that, then you have low. And then when you have a bunch of different, let's say you put your toppings in a row, instead of spreading it all over, now you have a moderate interspersion of habitat because you're getting a lot of change in the type of canopy cover.
And so your basis for that is the maps that the report itself provides.
Correct.
And just to be clear for the record, we're looking at page PDF page 490224 is where the question H1.4 is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you believe that this warranted 2 points instead of 1 point then?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe anything else that was a mistake in this form?
Yes, I believe we had one more on the next page.
Next page being 0225 as the Bates number.
Yes. 1 second. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on my end so that apologies. I'm trying to read directly off of it. Oh, where did it go? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong one. That's why. Okay. I think that was it for, is that it for Wetland A?
There weren't any issues with H1.5 then?
Oh, nope, you're right. I got confused again. Sorry about that. Yes, the other thing that we identified was the potential presence of undercut banks and, or more likely overhanging vegetation over the wetland from the wetland over the adjacent water body. So again, they identified tree cover And based on our review of aerials, it looks like the trees provide canopy cover over the adjacent lake.
Okay. So you would have awarded 1 point instead of 0 points.
Correct.
Okay.
And so between those two changes, it would go from 5 points to 7 points. And then if you look at the ranges for the rating of the site potential, it would go from a low to a moderate because it would have 7 points.
Okay. And we're going to go back to the first page here. And so what consequence would that have for the habitat score then?
So the habitat score would then go from 5 points to 6 points, which goes from a low habitat score to a moderate habitat score. And as I already said, the buffers are based off of a combination of the wetland rating and the habitat score. And so because it would go from a low to a moderate in the overall habitat score, that is also assigned a larger buffer. So if it was a category 2 with a low habitat score, it would go from 75 feet to 100 feet. If it's a category 2 wetland with a moderate habitat score, it would go from 100 to 125 feet.
Okay, thank you. How would a 25-foot buffer differ from a 75-foot buffer in terms of the regulated area?
It would be an additional 50-foot wide swath that would be regulated as wetland buffer to provide the necessary protection for that wetland.
Okay, so that would change the extent of the encroachments by the proposed improvements on this project?
Yes, but honestly, minimally, as the site is already pretty heavily encumbered, but yes, it would extend it further.
Okay. Minimally because it's already mostly critical area rather than minimally because it doesn't extend it very much.
Right, sorry. The area of increase on the site, there's not much more that the buffer could encompass, but it would.
Okay. Were there any ratings issues with the other wetlands?
Yes, the other wetlands are also going to receive an additional point for the water quality question because they all are discharging to the same water body, which is impaired.
Okay, so sorry. So wetland B, we are now on page Bates page 0234. There should also be another point added to question L31 there. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay. And
that one would not have any implication to the wetland rating, just for clarification purposes.
Okay. And then looks like I skipped over it. Is there even wetland C in here? But there's the same point increase happens in wetland C though from your review, correct?
Yes. So again, that one also would receive increase to that same or similar question. So additional point, I guess, to be made about wetland ratings is that there are different ratings depending on what's called the HGM class or hydrogeomorphic classification of the wetland. Just kind of fancy talk for like where in the landscape is this wetland. The wetland A and B are considered lake fringe wetlands because they are adjacent to the lake. And wetland C is considered a riverine wetland because it is adjacent to a stream and provides overbank flooding for that stream. Couple other like things that make it a riverine wetland, but they're less important. So you have a slightly different rating form for Wetland C, but it asks really similar questions to understand if it's providing similar functions. And it does have the question R3.1, is the wetland along a stream or river that is on the 303D list or on a tributary that drains to one within 1 mile? And the answer to that is also yes.
Okay. And do you know if there was any peer review of this report?
Aside from us looking at it, I am unaware. I don't believe that there was.
Are errors in wetland ratings the type of things that peer review would usually catch?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Okay. So to move on topic-wise here a little bit, did you see any potential problems with the wetland boundary delineation?
I did not see anything as far as like where flags are placed explicitly. The only way I can really review their delineation, aside from anything that's like super obvious on aerials or topographic maps, is by reviewing the wetland data forms.
Okay. And did you see was there anything on the data forms that appeared problematic?
There were a few issues that I noticed. One or two don't really make a difference in the grand scheme of things. They don't change the determination. But the largest thing that seemed a little suspicious to me was, I believe, DP 13, where there were hydric soils, and kind of seems like an odd place to just randomly have hydric soils without hydrology, and especially given that the hydrology of the lake is manipulated and maintained, that can kind of be a confounding factor that's hard to see in a poorly timed or unfortunately timed visit.
So you mentioned that it's an odd place to have hydric soil. What is a hydric soil?
A hydric soil is a soil that is showing evidence of water being present for at least the technical standard, that they use to define it is at least 2 consecutive weeks during the growing season. But really what needs to happen is there needs to be evidence of anaerobic conditions in which it's going to leave a mark on the soil. And the way that typically expresses itself is that mineral soils have things like iron in them. And when water sits there for a long time and it becomes anaerobic, so there's no more oxygen there for little microbes to utilize, then they start going to whatever resources are available. And there's kind of like an order of operations, but usually you'll see evidence of like essentially the iron in the soil like liquefying. And when that water level fluctuates, it's stripping iron from the soil in some places and depositing it in others. And it's leaving behind what is often referred to as mottling. And that's just little splotches of slightly reddish, brownish, orange in an otherwise typically dark to somewhat gray soil. And so that's what a hydric soil generally looks like.
Okay. And I'll just note really quick that we are on PDF page 41, Bates 0216. This is the data form for data point 13?
Yes.
Okay. And
sorry.
And I was going to ask, with there were hydric soils present at this site.
Yes, at this location, they checked yes for both hydrophytic vegetation and hydric soils. So they acknowledged that there were hydric soils present and that they had hydrophytic vegetation. The one thing they didn't have is hydrology.
First of all, I'm sorry. First of all, I was why you mentioned that it was strange that there would be hydric soil here, but no hydrology in this particular location. Why is that strange?
Um, while you can have hydric soils without hydrology, it's odd because the adjacent areas that they collected data in did not necessarily have hydric soils. Oftentimes you see hydric soils without hydrology in areas that were like the Kent and Auburn areas that are a long, long time ago were under a lot of water, but that was like, following the ice age and stuff like that. And then they were really wet probably 300 years ago. And then due to manipulations, they're no longer wet. And usually it's a much larger scale thing that you observe on a site when you find just like one small area that has hydric soils. It's a little more, I don't want to say concerning, but you should be a little bit more suspicious of it.
Okay. So the fact that there are nearby data points do not have hydric soils and are also dry is suggested that this is somehow different from those.
Yeah. So in short, yes.
Okay. And the hydrophytic vegetation, really quick, what is that?
So hydrophytic vegetation is split up with indicators, and the species are assigned an indicator to kind of assess how wet or how dry they like to be. We'll start with the middle of the road species are called FAC or facultative, which means that they are just as likely to be found in a wetland as they are to be found in an upland, like 50-50, it could go either way. FAC wet species are species that are more likely to be found in a wetland than less likely to be found in a wetland. So if you want some ballpark numbers to go with it, like FAC is 50-50, FAC wet is like 50 to 70 or something like that. And you have your equal and opposite reaction on the other side, which is the FAC up species, which are much more likely to be present in an upland than they are in a wetland. And what it's true for both of them, they could be found in, FAC wet could be found in uplands and FAC up could be found in wetlands, but it's less frequent. And then on the very end of the spectrum, you have obligate species, which are almost never found outside of a wetland. Like 99% of the time, they're going to be in a wetland. And then upland species, which are 99% of the time in an upland and almost never found in a wetland. And so what we do is we identify the species in each stratum, tree, sapling or shrub, herbaceous, woody vines, and we assign an aerial coverage value, like how much percentage of the area is that species taking up. And then we identify dominant species based on something called the dominance test. And then in order to determine overall, does your plot meet for hydrophytic vegetation, we look at the number of FAC wet, and wetlands, obligate species compared to FAC up and upland species. And if it's over 50%, you pass the dominance test, you meet for hydrophytic vegetation. There's a couple other tests that you could do and pass and still meet, but that's the most common.
Okay. And really briefly, what does wetland hydrology actually mean?
Wetland hydrology means the presence of either surface water or a high water table within 12 inches of the soil surface.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that it was I think inopportune was the word that you may have used to describe the timing of this study. Why did you say that?
So, because under normal conditions, like we go through a cycle of wet, dry, with the dry season being the summer through late fall, and then the wet season being the winter into the early growing season. Because the lake is maintained for its water level so that it can extend the amount of water that's present during the summer. when you do a visit in the late fall, like they did, it's still pretty dry. And so a wetland that does not have surface ponding, that is just subject to a high water table, sometimes doesn't have any other like obvious indications that it has wetland hydrology in that late dry season time period. And so you can misidentify it as not having hydrology.
You mentioned lake level. Is there anything in particular about Lake Washington's lake level that's relevant here?
Yes, I believe that Army Corps regulates the elevation of the water table, or not the water table, the water level in the lake. And as recently as just last month, they had issued a notice about it being maintained at 22 feet. And I believe that, there are some changes in the datum. And so that equates to something like 19 feet in elevation for our purposes. And DP13 appears to be right around the 19-foot elevation mark according to the updated SEPA plans. And on a cross-section view, if the water level's at 19 feet, then it stands to reason that you could have a high water table in that general location.
And is that 19 feet, is that or 22 feet in one datum, 19 in another? Is that the high water or is that the low water?
I believe that is the high water.
And so when is the high water point reached?
The high water point is reached in the early spring.
Do you know what months that is roughly?
I believe it's May, April or May.
Okay. And do you know what the low water level is for that lake?
I believe that they said that they kept it plus or minus 2 feet, so probably around 20, which I'm not sure what that equates to in the different datum. I can try and find the link.
Okay, well, here I can. Yeah, you don't have to. Well, you don't have to look that up particularly. If I can bring it up for you here. So I'm going to share my screen again here. All right. So is this the announcement that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And does this refresh your recollection a little bit about the specifics that we were talking about?
Yes. Is there any chance you could zoom in just a little bit?
I sure can.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. So that's where I got the April from. Yeah, because I believe they rely somewhat on some snowmelt and water coming from the mountains. So they say it's elevation 22 in the spring, and they may vary through May. So, and it equates to 18.75 feet reference to NAVD 88.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I intended this as to refresh the witness's recollection, but would you like this as an exhibit?
I think that probably would be appropriate.
Okay, I can
It
print
will
to
be
PDF and supply that to everyone.
It will be Exhibit 1008. And what would one call this?
Army Corps of Engineers news
227.
release.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I will probably label it something like USACE Lake Refilling Information, February 27 of 26.
okay. So don't think we need that up anymore. So we'll go back to going back to Exhibit 001. So
That's not
Or-
what's on my screen, I don't
I'm
think.
sorry, 011, Exhibit 011.
Thank you.
So so just based on that, when would have been a better time to gather information about water level or about hydrology at this particular location?
So specifically because you're meeting 2 of the 3 wetland criteria, and the lake is a managed water body, it warrants additional investigation in the spring to confirm the water level.
Okay. Okay. So if the wetland hydrology isn't directly observed, are there other ways to determine that?
Yes. So the various wetland hydrology indicators, if you scroll down one more page, and in the bottom half of that page, it lists out indicators we utilize to identify the presence of wetland hydrology, even when the water itself may not be present. And in scenarios such as this, where there's the possibility of a high water table, but not surface water that actually like leaves a mark on the landscape. And because also it's in a maintained lawn, which can alter some of the other hydrology indicators, we're typically looking for secondary indicators to be present, especially during the dry season. Most frequently, you need 2 secondary indicators in order to meet for wetland hydrology. Most frequently, the secondary indicators that we encounter are called geomorphic position, D2, and fact neutral test, D5. And so geomorphic position is essentially a low point in the landscape that has the potential to pond water, to receive water, to express water. According to the survey, there does appear to be a low point in the vicinity of DP13. There's a contour that shows elevation 19. And sometimes geomorphic position is extremely subtle. The difference could be just a couple of inches. And the other one that we typically see the most frequently is called the fact neutral test. And that is going back to our wetland indicator statuses, with fact being the middle and kind of useless for determining how wet versus dry something skews. So we look at all of our dominant species, we cross out all our fact species because they're not giving us very much information. And then we look to see if any of our dominant species are predominantly fact wet obligate versus fact upland, and you compare the number of dominants.
Okay. So you mentioned the fact neutral test. I'm going to show you another exhibit here. This is exhibit 1006. And I'll let you know this is a photograph that Professor Fudge testified a few days ago he took during a site visit at kind of in that central lawn area near where we believe data point 13 was. What are we seeing in this photograph here?
So I think to most people, this probably just looks like lawn. And for the most part, there is a lot of lawn, but you'll see that really dark green, kind of spiky looking plant. That is a juncus or a rush. And I don't want to claim that I can identify the species based solely on a picture, but I will say the most commonly occurring rush we run into is called Juncus effusus, which is soft rush. It is fac wet. Even if it is not Juncus effusus and it's a different Juncus species, the majority of them do skew fac wet. And then there's kind of like a yellowing plant next to it that's got longer leaves. It's pretty hard to see if you want to try and zoom in just a little bit to the left of the spiky guy. Yeah, there you go. And that plant, a little harder, a little less distinct, but my guess is either a carex, which is a type of sedge, or potentially even a bulrush, which is, it would be, I can't remember right now. The common name is bulrush, but they are also typically on the wetter side. So typically those species are going to be fac wet. Scirpus, that's the genus name, sorry. And so both of those species are typically pretty good indicators that that area is getting water pretty frequently, or for long durations. And so those species are not accounted for in DP13 data sheet. Now the data sheet only takes into account a certain radius from where the plot was dug. So it's possible that this was outside of their plot. It's possible that this has come in since the data was originally collected. I don't know the full story, but I will say the presence of those two species in a lawn is a little like suspicious. And for example, if those species are within the radius of, the DP13 data plot, and they were included on the data sheet, we would meet the fact neutral test. So it would get a checkbox for the fact neutral test. And if the area is in fact kind of a low point, like the topographic survey is suggesting, it would also check the box for geomorphic position. And additionally, one of the other things I noted is that they dug to about 16 inches, which is a pretty standard depth when assessing soils. However, during the summer, again, because water levels tend to be low and even into the late fall, before we really have any groundwater recharge. Another way that we try to assess for hydrology is by digging to about 24 inches to check for a secondary indicator that is called dry season water table, which means that if you have a water table within 24 inches of the soil surface, then that also is a secondary indicator. So there's a couple secondary indicators that were not checked that, there's some evidence to suggest that maybe they should have been. And again, in combination with the presence of hydric soils and the presence of hydrophytic vegetation, and the time of year that they were out there, I do think that a follow-up visit in April, early growing season, early spring, could have potentially found something different.
I'm going to go back to exhibit 011. And so just looking at the hydrology, the the ones that you were addressing there were geomorphic position, which is D2, correct?
Correct.
And then the fact neutral test, which is D5, correct?
Yep. Correct.
And finally, dry season water table, which is C2, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing water stained leaves there at the top as well as a secondary indicator. What relevance would it have that this was a maintained lawn?
So if there is ponding and there's leaves on the ground and the ponding is there, then you will end up with these really dark black flattened leaves that are considered water stained leaves. You're much less likely to find that in a residential yard where it's being maintained, leaves are being raked, the lawn is being mowed, and so you lose that evidence that you would typically find in a forested understory where no one's coming through and cleaning up.
And you might have already mentioned this. Forgive me if you did, but did you see anything that suggested a reason that they didn't dig down to 24 inches?
No, I did not. Some reasons why you might not dig that deep is if you encounter refusal, meaning that you physically cannot dig any deeper because the soils become too hard. Typically, we refer to that as like cemented layers that are just like essentially feel like cement. They've like become cohesive in a giant block. You can hit compacted layers, which are just really dense and hard to dig through. You can hit rock or root. And typically when that happens, we either mark a restrictive layer, meaning something that's going to impede water from moving downward, but may still be, passable in that you can dig through it. And if you hit something that you cannot dig through, typically we identify it as refusal and make a note at what depth and what we encountered. And I do not see that on their notes.
So best practice would have been to note it in some way.
Yeah, and given that they identify sand as the predominant soil texture, typically sands are pretty easy to dig through. So I don't see, again, unless they encountered refusal for some reason and just, forgot to record it, I don't see a reason why they couldn't have dug deeper.
Okay. And so one more thing is, and we're back on Bates number 0216 here. I'm looking at remarks there. Were there any remarks made on this summary of findings?
Yes, the drier than normal August and September note.
And is that relevant to the things that you've been talking about so far?
Yes, for sure. The methodology tries to account for a lot of different circumstances. We've got those secondary hydrology indicators to try and make up for the fact that wetlands often dry out. But when you have kind of abnormal weather conditions and hydrologic conditions, those kind of like contingency indicators can only go so far. So again, not only was it the dry season because we hadn't really entered the water year, but also they had drier than normal conditions preceding the investigation. So that can certainly have can be reflected in a lack of water in areas that might otherwise normally have it.
Oh. So, in your opinion, a failure to revisit this data point in the growing season was not best practices, not consistent with best available science?
Yes, in my opinion, I think this warranted an additional site visit in the growing season.
Okay. Is it also a failure to revisit it when the lake levels are at a higher level in the maintained lake?
Yeah, I think it's all compounding issues of it's the dry season still, it's drier than normal, it's a managed lake. If they had visited under normal hydrologic conditions at that time of year, maybe they would have encountered a water table like at 16 inches or something like that. Or if it wasn't a managed lake and they were still out there at the same time, conditions might have been different. So I just think it's a bunch of layers of things kind of compounding. And any one of those kind of should trigger kind of a little bit more suspicion and a desire to follow up at a time when you are more likely to get a solid answer.
Especially if your goal is to maintain the wetlands on a site.
Yes. Or just delineate in a way that it complies with the regulations.
Were there any other problems with the delineation points?
I mean, like I said, there were a couple data forms that had, incorrect boxes checked. They said that there were not hydric soils present when there were, or at least that's what the data they recorded showed. I don't think any of those ultimately would result in a difference of the final determination. But for example, I believe it was DP9 that they said no hydric soils present, but the information that they recorded indicates that hydric soils are present. Again, a little odd given the location, but this one, wasn't meeting for hydrophytic vegetation at least. So instead of having 2 of the 3 wetland criteria, it's only got 1. It does have some landscape species included, which can kind of alter the results, like the Quercus robar. That's not a native species. It was planted by somebody a pretty long time ago, given I know it's pretty big. So sometimes those can kind of confound these calculations. So if I'm being especially critical, I would say that this one potentially also could have met for hydrophytic vegetation if you exclude non-native, landscape species, and then you also are meeting for hydric soils, which brings up the same hydrology question.
But these are all issues that peer review probably could have caught.
Yes, yeah.
Small mistakes, but there's a fair number of them.
Yeah.
Okay. So if data point 13 met the wetland criteria, how would that affect the configuration of the wetlands on the site? And I am, in asking this, going to go to, I can find it. Here it is. This is PDF page 16, Bates 0191. And it has a map of, well, what are we looking at here?
So this appears to be their delineation map, which I will note is appears to be a little different than what they ended up with on the survey. So I think that That's worth pointing out because it did honestly confuse me a little bit initially because the shapes weren't matching up 100%. But this generally shows what was delineated and where they collected additional data. I will say they collected quite a few data plots throughout the lawn, so that's good. And they have DP13 is kind of like central southeastern, and there's a decent number of data plots surrounding it. So for the most part, I believe these data plots that surround it, such as DP12, DP1, 10, and 11, I'm fairly certain they all did not have hydric soils. And so if, for example, DP13 does have hydrology and therefore meets wetland criteria, then most likely the wetland would either be a small little depression kind of localized to that similar 19-foot contour that we see on survey, or it potentially could connect to wetland B, and wetland B could kind of like come up as like a little blip. One thing I guess I didn't actually notice until just now is, DP 12 and 13 and probably 11 were probably intended as like that corresponding outplot that we discussed before. When you do a delineation, you get your inplot and your outplot. But if DP 13 did meet the criteria, there's no data plot in between that, could help me make a determination as an armchair wetland scientist to say that it would not be connected to wetland B. So there is potential that it could be connected to wetland B if it is meeting wetland criteria. There's also the potential that it could just be an isolated small depression.
Okay. And how would DP13 being a wetland, meeting those requirements, how would that affect the buffer requirements on the site?
It would probably, because the site is already so encumbered by buffers, ultimately it probably would have very little, change to what we see as buffer. What it would do is just add an additional wetland area, potentially in the vicinity or a footprint of development. That's the biggest thing, is really it would add an additional wetland like area that would be regulated.
Would the city's impact and mitigation calculations need to be revised?
Potentially, again, depending on where exactly it lines up with the proposed plan. If something, if there's a walkway going through it, that is a direct wetland impact. If there's a walkway next to it, that is, it's not necessarily a direct impact, but it's not adhering to the buffer requirements. And as we've talked about, buffers are important for protection. So it just depends on where that boundary would fall.
Okay. But there is the potential that there could be development in the current plan essentially over the top of a wetland.
Yes.
Okay. So if you were trying to avoid that, it would be advisable to double check that spot then.
Yes.
Okay. What is no net loss?
So no net loss is a concept that I believe Army Corps popularized probably like almost 20 years ago, meaning that if you're going to impact a feature, you need to quantify it and then provide an equal value mitigation. And sometimes that means like the numbers are equal, where you impact 1 square foot and you mitigate by creating 1 square foot. But sometimes those values are different. So when you fill 1 square foot or you impact 1 square foot, but you can't create 1 square foot of whatever, like buffer or wetland or whatever. And so instead, you're going to do something like enhance existing wetland on your site. But enhancing something that's already there does not equate to, like, enhancing 1 square foot of wetland does not make up for the loss of 1 square foot of wetland. So then we have things that are called mitigation ratios that are vary based on a combination of things, namely the type of mitigation and also the feature that you're mitigating for. So wetlands go based on categories. So typically, when you directly impact something, when you fill something, you need to at a minimum be providing that same creation of that same number to ensure that there is no net loss, meaning that you end with the same amount of wetland area as you started with. Yes.
Before I think we're at, I would like to just really quickly ask if we are past the normal breaking time. I can keep going, or we can just power through till lunch. But I wanted to just see if anybody needs a break. Hearing no takers, I think we'll just keep going on here.
I'm game to continue on if there are no takers. I'm surprised that there aren't, because usually somebody has asked, but that's okay.
All right. So powering on. So if wetlands are underrated or their boundaries are mischaracterized, how does that affect the wetland mitigation ratios?
So, and most of what I'm talking about, I refer back to wetland impacts. I know we are not necessarily, there are no wetland impacts actually proposed on this project. They're just kind of the most cut and dry example I can use. So for example, if you have a category 4 wetland that you impact, you're going to fill 100 square feet. I believe Lake Forest Park's own municipal code calls for the creation with a replacement ratio of 1.5 to 1. So you fill 100 square feet, you have to create 150 square feet. However, if that wetland was mischaracterized as a category 4, but it's really a category 3, the replacement ratio might be 2 to 1. And so you fill 100 square feet and you need to create 200 square feet. And so those ratios increase. So if a wetland is miscategorized, then your replacement ratio, whether that is creation, enhancement, restoration, what have you, may change, and most likely will change. And if your boundary is incorrect, then there's the chance of impacting something that wasn't properly accounted for. So then your impact numbers are incorrect. And if your impact numbers are incorrect, there's no way to properly mitigate and show that you have achieved no net loss.
So I'm going to change exhibits here. I have up exhibit 010, the first page thereof, which is 0124 Bates. Ms. Highland, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And did you review it?
I did.
And what is it? I guess we didn't do that one yet.
It is their combination critical areas assessment plus proposed plan and mitigation plan.
Okay. And in your review of the critical area plan, is there a demonstration of no net loss?
In my professional opinion, the way that they have categorized and quantified their impacts and mitigation, I cannot come to a calculation that says that they have no net loss. The way that they combine some of those things is not the standard way to do it. And so I would say that that has not been achieved.
Okay, so I've brought up, or I suppose the page that I've brought us to is 0174, PDF page 51. And we even have a sheet plan number of L011. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
I do.
And what is it?
So this page quantifies the impacts and mitigation that they're proposing in that table. On the left, they have columns A, B, and C that they identify the impacts in. And on the left side, they list out the different like categories or classifications of the critical areas that they're assessing. So you've got like Lake Washington, shoreline setback, Lyon Creek buffer, creek building setback, floodplain, wetland A, B, C, and wetland buffer. And so they have their impacts outlined, and then they have proposed mitigation in columns D, E, F, G, H, I, and J. So those are all the things that they're saying that they're doing to offset the impacts, and that these are things that are going to provide an improvement. And then they have their net gain or loss in the next table over, and it outlines which columns that they combined and which ones they subtracted in order to find that final number. So the first thing that I noticed about this that is a little odd to me is that while there is a great deal of overlap in a lot of these features, typically you cannot combine impacts between shoreline and wetland buffers and stream buffers and streams, because they're all different things that have their own regulations that you need to show that you're meeting all the criteria for all those different regulations. So this top line that says combined critical area totals is a little puzzling to me. So kind of ignoring that, because I don't think that that tells us anything, because it's just combining numbers that don't really go together and that also don't add up. Like all the numbers in the columns don't equal the total number. And that, while it doesn't make sense, it does also, because there's a great deal of overlap. So I assume that's why those numbers are not adding up. So ignoring that top row, because I don't think that we can rely on it for any real useful information about our impacts or our mitigation, you have to just kind of look at each of the rows individually. And then I have a table that kind of reoriented these. Am I allowed to share that?
Yeah, if you can share your demonstrative exhibit with us here.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's been a really long time since I've used Zoom, so please just
should
give me
be
one
at the bottom of the screen. There will be a green button that says screen
share. Oh,
share.
share screen. Yep. We're a Teams household.
Is this a document that's coming out of the letter report that you issued that's in the record?
It is not in the report.
Okay.
So we can supply this to you if you would like as an exhibit.
Yes, we will assign exhibit number 1009 to Ms. Hyland's chart.
Okay. So I just reorganized their table. The way that they had originally combined their impacts and then combined their mitigation and subtracted them, like I said, it didn't quite make sense to me. They were combining all of the mitigation together and subtracting the two, the columns A and B, which were new permanent critical area impacts and new permanent buffer impacts. But like I was saying before, it's kind of apples and oranges. You can't take credit for wetland mitigation if you have impacts to a stream and vice versa. Typically, there is something called resource trade-off, but that is kind of a more complicated process that needs a pretty decent level of coordination with regulatory agencies. And that is not what was described in the report. So I assume they are not going for a resource trade-off. So I organize based on the impact and then the mitigation that is applicable to that type of impact. So our impacts are in red, our mitigation is in green, and then our net difference is in the next column with loss in outlined in red and increase in green. And like I said, this top row, again, I don't think it's very useful. So just for the sake of not being distracted by it, I'm just going to hide it real quick. So for our new permanent critical area impacts, so that means impacts within the boundaries of like below ordinary high water, in this case, is 3,895 square feet, and that's a result of the proposed dock. The existing critical area impact to be restored is 2,200 square feet, and that's the removal of the existing docks. So despite the removal of the existing docks, we still have 1,695 square feet of impact below the ordinary high water mark of Lake Washington that are not being mitigated for. They are providing some mitigation to areas that have not been impacted, which is great, but you cannot typically utilize these to offset a different type of impacts, because again, that's apples to oranges comparison. You're not necessarily replacing the functions of that impacted feature by providing more of something else. So in this case, they're saying like existing critical area impact to be restored. So these aren't even necessarily like an increase to the actual square footage of the critical area in question. It's this critical area was impacted by prior development, and they're just going to try to make it better by getting rid of that structure or degradation, which does still count. It's still mitigation, but it's not quite the same as replacing by adding to your total amount. The next is new critical area mitigation. This is where things get a little confusing because mitigation needs to be further defined. Are you proposing creation? Are you proposing enhancement? Here it says restored, so we know that's restoration. I assume, given the plans, that this is referring to enhancement. Try not to make too many assumptions, but there is quite a bit that is being proposed for like planting. In this particular case, wetland A is the area that appears to be receiving this mitigation, but you'll notice that it's listed in two other places. The only way I could figure out which one this actually belongs to was by reviewing the plans and seeing that they have a hatch over wetland A that shows that it will be planted. And wetland A also just happens to be within the shoreline setback area and within the wetland buffer of a different wetland. So it's showing up in multiple places as mitigation, but it really should only be counting as one. So those are our totals. And again, I'm like, you can see that they are providing, mitigation that's not necessary or doesn't appear to be necessary. But again, they're falling short in one of the more important pieces, which is an actual impact below the ordinary high water. Next, this is column B from the original table with the new permanent buffer impacts. And those are all outlined here. We have impacts to the shoreline setback, the stream buffer, the building setback, floodplain, and then the wetland buffer. I had to laugh because I can't tell if this was accurate or if it was a typo because it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I assume it's accurate. And then we have the mitigation that could be utilized to offset these impacts. So then we have existing buffer impact to be restored. And then again, the new critical area buffer mitigation, which once again, it's not specified what type of mitigation that actually is, assuming it's enhancement. So this shoreline setback appears to be offset. So we've achieved no net loss of the shoreline setback according to these calculations because we have an increase of 3,000 square feet. But these two here show that we have a net loss of Lyon Creek buffer and building setback. Same with wetland buffer, there's a net loss. And again, this is assuming that you can offset this number with a 1-to-1 ratio. Like I said, enhancement typically doesn't count for the same as like creation. And so in reality, you can't say that you offset 100 square feet of impact to the buffer by enhancing 100 square feet of the buffer, because that doesn't replace the full amount. It might only replace 25% of the lost buffer. So that ratio and that quantification of how some of these types of mitigations are not worth the same amount as far as the value they provide is not being taken into consideration. They're just assuming that 1-to-1 is fine. So in reality, I think that, at least this number is very generous in saying that it's only missing 2,000 square feet. The next thing I noticed in their table is that they did not include temporary buffer impacts in their total impact number. They only included it in their mitigation number because it's temporary buffer impacts to be restored. So they were taking credit for up to 8,078 square feet of buffer restoration, but the temporary buffer impacts that it is restoring were not included in the original calculation. They only did A and B to figure out their impacts. So temporary impacts are typically restored at a 1-to-1 because you messed something up, you went back, you fixed it. And so that's typically fine. So they kind of cancel themselves out. So once you remove these as mitigation that can be utilized to offset these impacts, these are our overall totals. So we're still in the red for impacts to Lake Washington, the Lyon Creek buffer. The building setback impacts is odd to me. Typically a building setback is just a number you have to follow. It's not an area to be quantified. Oftentimes a lot of codes, even if they have some allowance that says that you don't need a buffer on a critical area feature, you still at least have to abide by the building setback. So I just haven't really seen building setback quantified as an impact the same as a buffer. So that just seemed a little odd to me. You're going to have increase in the shoreline setback, Lyon Creek, floodplain, wetland A, wetland B, wetland C, and then you're still short on wetland buffer. And again, all of these numbers are assuming that you can count enhancement at a 1-to-1 rather than a higher replacement ratio. So that's how I'm coming up with my numbers of what they're short on. And because these are all their own individual like piece of the puzzle, you cannot just add them all together to try to find, okay, well, what's the overall number? You have to add all the negatives together, and you can add all the positives together, but you can't combine them to find the overall number because they're all, mutually exclusive of one another, kind of.
All right. Thank you for that explanation.
Excuse me, before she leaves that, may I interrupt with a simple question?
Absolutely.
Rows, if my eyes are not fooling me, 16 and 17 over in the cell, the one that you just changed.
Yeah, so that's a combination.
What are those two numbers that are lonely out there?
That's the combination. Oh wait, actually, they don't add up because I'm hiding a row.
Yeah, let's get that row back before we save this thing.
Yeah, and let me actually remove this because that's wrong. So, like I said, we're still gonna ignore this row because, like I said, I don't think that it is telling us any useful information. And then this number right here is the combination of all of the negative numbers that still need to be mitigated for. And then the 6,420 are all the positive numbers for things that didn't have impacts to begin with, but we did some form of mitigation or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've marked this for entry as exhibit 1009.
Yes. So
save it as a PDF now.
Here, we can do this after the fact.
Okay.
Rachel, if you could bring it back up for me here.
Oh, sure.
We'll do this at lunch. So you said that combining mitigations together doesn't make sense or something to that effect, correct?
Correct. While there are some overlapping features, you wouldn't add them together like a wetland buffer mitigation and shoreline setback mitigation wouldn't get added together. One, because you might end up double counting something. And two, because we're looking at them for their different functions.
So combining them is not an industry standard practice then?
Right. I don't think it doesn't give any real usable information.
And it's not consistent with the best available science?
I mean, no, in that they don't say to do that.
Okay. So the wetland buffer loss in this chart, or the wetland buffer, new permanent buffer impacts.
Mm-hmm.
So for that one, does that entry assume that the wetland delineation was essentially correct? I.e., what I'm asking is that is that assuming that wetland A is a category 3 wetland with a habitat score less than 6, and that data point 9 is not wetland?
Yes, this is utilizing their delineation and the existing conditions that they established in their report.
Okay. So that number would be higher, even higher than if the
Yes, if the ratings are incorrect, as we've discussed, and it requires larger buffer, then I would expect the permanent buffer impacts to likely increase.
Okay. So you mentioned that wetland A, the mitigation is counted in 3 different places, correct?
Yes.
Is that a standard practice within the industry?
No, not really, because like I mentioned, it's simply because wetland A is located within the shoreline setback of the lake, and it's also located within the buffer of another wetland. However, when wetland buffers and wetlands overlap, what you end up doing is kind of just following the outermost edge of the buffer rather than counting the wetland that might be overlapped as part of the other wetlands buffer, because wetland itself is more regulated than wetland buffer. So yeah.
Okay. So you mentioned that enhancement doesn't count for the same amount as creation of buffer area, correct?
Correct.
Something to that effect.
Yeah, so I think kind of the easiest way to envision this is if you lend someone $10, you give them 2 $5 bills, and they hand you back a 5 and a 1, and they say, I gave you back the same number of bills, and it's the same number of bills, but it's not the same value. So just because you are providing a 1-to-1 ratio of some type of mitigation, it doesn't mean that you're providing the same value.
Okay. So, I mean, in your professional opinion, does this record, I mean, this that you're looking at now, as well as the other things that you reviewed, establish compliance with the no net loss of function?
I would say, I'm sorry?
The requirement was just the last word I said.
Oh, okay. I would say no, it does not. I see quite a bit of impacts that are not being mitigated for. They are providing additional mitigation in other elements that are beyond what is necessary, but it doesn't offset the impacts that they haven't mitigated for.
Okay, thank you. You could stop sharing your screen if you'd like, and we'll get that at lunch. Or it might come back again in some later questioning, but so, and did you review the mitigated determination of non-significance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you see any significant environmental impacts to wetlands flowing from this project?
Yes, there's nowhere on the site that standard buffers or even like the minimum allowed reduced buffer are being implemented. And the interpretation that a variance can allow whatever level of impact is, a little odd to me. that for some of the proposed plans, like I don't think that it's showing avoidance and minimization. It's not really like sticking to the intent of the SMP, which is to limit unnecessary development, encourage overall improvement of ecological processes at a baseline by providing no net loss, if not striving to provide improvement. So yeah.
Yeah. So what impacts do you think are likely to wetlands as a result of this project?
So one thing I noticed is, for example, there's no fencing for wetland B. Like it would make sense to me to have a fence along the pathway. I don't know if you want to pull it up, or if I should pull it up.
So we certainly can.
I have it up on my screen.
Before we get into that, what I'm asking here is, we will revisit that, but what I'm asking here is, mitigations aside, what are the impacts that these wetlands are going to be face as a result of the project?
I gotcha. So the proposed plan is not only going to intrude into the buffers, it's also going to increase the intensity of land use on the site. And so the combination of not supporting the recommended buffer widths, allowing more people to utilize the site than the average residents, ultimately will result in degradation of the wetlands and limited capabilities to provide the functions that we are, assessing them on and basing this on.
What are those functions again?
That's the wetland rating, so the water quality, hydrologic, and habitat.
Okay. And does the mitigation plan, as you reviewed it, demonstrably mitigate those impacts?
In my professional opinion, no, it does not.
Okay. And do the conditions on the MDNS mitigate the impacts?
In my opinion, they do not. They just kind of reinforce what's already been proposed. And like I said, I don't think that's enough.
Okay. And did you review the staff report?
Yes.
Okay. So do any of the, here we'll bring up the staff report. This is not it. Here we go. Okay. So I've brought up, I believe it is exhibit 39. Well, no, I haven't brought it up yet, have I? Let me share my screen. Okay. So, represent this is exhibit 039. First page. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the staff report from the city that's going over the reports.
Okay. And do any of the conditions, the recommended conditions, address wetland impacts?
Wetland impacts or the buffer impacts?
Or buffer impacts, wetland buffer impacts.
Yes. They do have some conditions related to performance standards for the mitigation.
Okay. And which one is that?
Which condition?
Yeah, which condition?
Hold on. Let me find it. That's 19.
Okay. And does that contain a monitoring program?
It does. Typically, this information should be included in the mitigation plan and outlined as in the format of a goal, an objective, and then the actual performance standard that monitors it. What they've outlined here are performance standards because there were none outlined in the report. So the staff report outlines what they would like to see as performance standards.
Okay. And does this format follow best practices for monitoring performance standards?
Well, like I said, typically we would have the goal and objective also outlined, and it wouldn't be coming from the reviewer. It should be coming from the applicant in their mitigation plan. So I would say in that way, it's not aligning with best practices. But as far as the actual performance standards, they generally do align, but because the goal and objectives aren't outlined, it's hard to tell what these should be applying to. I assume that they just mean for any part of the mitigation that's being provided, but they just say wetland monitoring performance.
Okay. So within the bounds of this, what's written here, then you can't tell what these standards actually apply to.
Yeah, it's not succinctly and like it's not straight and to the point about what they're pointing to. You have to kind of make some assumptions.
And does the addition of this plan ensure no net loss?
No, it does not. All it does is ensure that the mitigation that is proposed is going to be upheld and succeed. But if the mitigation plan is not achieving no net loss to begin with, then you will continue to not achieve no net loss.
And you mentioned a fence around wetland B, referring you just above that. And by the way, this is Bates page Bates page 1007. The condition above that looks like it addresses fencing. Does it?
In my opinion, this is not sufficient because, again, typically split rail fencing is a requirement in addition to a standard buffer. It should not be seen as an option instead of. You can likely make the argument about a very densely vegetated strip that could provide sufficient protection from physical intrusion by people. But we want to see the split rail fencing or that vegetated buffer going for the entirety of the buffer and not just part of it. And they're saying, there's the option to provide something like the vegetated buffer strip rather than fencing. And what I have seen in the plans is that the fencing does not follow any specific path that really makes sense from a regulatory and ecological standpoint. And in fact, there's a whole area, the area landward of wetland B, so its buffer, is just proposed to be lawn, which is not a good buffer. And it certainly is not a vegetated buffer strip that would be an alternative method for protection. And there is no fence proposed along the walkway within the wetland B buffer. So ultimately, that area is probably going to be trampled by people leaving the path and trying to go swimming or go down to the shoreline and put their feet in the water or something like that, which not only impacts the buffer, but then it also directly allows people access to wetland B.
Okay. I'm going to bring up Exhibit 001. This is Bates 0004. So here we are on I believe this is actually the mitigation plan. Does that look right to you? This is the mitigation plan?
I believe so. At a minimum, it shows yeah.
Okay. So where are you seeing, I've zoomed in close to the wetlands A and B. Where are you seeing fencing?
Fencing is the line that it's a line and then the little X and then another dash line and then another X. And it is along the edge of the walkway towards the top of the plan page, which is really like the east, I think. And you'll notice that it bends away from the path towards the lake shoreline. And then you have a hatch on the plans that just is black and white, and it shows little like X's. And that's, the wetland B buffer that is directly adjacent to wetland B. And that is the only line of defense between wetland B and the development. And there is no fence line proposed to keep people on that path. There's no dense vegetated buffer being proposed in that area. And I mean, there's not even plantings being proposed. They're proposing to maintain a lawn, which seems very inviting since there's a shoreline right there. So I don't really see a way that they're providing protection to wetland B.
Okay. And essentially, what is the danger of having a lawn right there in terms of what it could mean for wetland B?
So lawns are not a super effective buffer. One, they aren't native species typically. Two, they don't really provide the same water quality and hydrologic functions as a standard and native buffer, not standard buffer, but native vegetated buffer. So lawn is only minimally better for like runoff than an impervious surface. So you're going to see an increase in runoff in the lawn areas. Because lawn grasses don't root as deep as native grasses or native shrubs and trees, they can't provide the same level of water filtration, in addition to physically not providing a barrier to surface runoff. And on top of that, not great habitat for really the vast majority of our native wildlife. So, for example, in Lake Forest Park's own municipal code for critical areas, they require that if you have a buffer that is not vegetated with native species and it's consisting of things like lawn or it's sparsely vegetated, as part of the development, it is a requirement to enhance that area, that part of the buffer with native plantings. And you don't get to count that enhancement as like mitigation to offset anything. It is just a baseline requirement of development.
So you mentioned runoff. What are the runoff? Could you go into a little more detail with the runoff concerns from a lawn?
Sure. So you could have runoff from the lawn itself. So if it rains a lot, the lawn is not as efficient at wicking the water, letting the water infiltrate down. Water moves in the path of least resistance. It's more likely to just sheet flow when you get to a certain point. So that's, that can lead to a decrease in the water quality of the wetland as well as the lake to some extent, because you might start to get erosion. You will get sediment that gets brought down. And in addition to that, if you've got people walking down to the lakeshore and trampling the lawn, then that's further going to reduce its ability to protect the wetland. And all this is just going to culminate with more sediment ending up in the wetland, potentially more pollutants entering from the impervious surfaces, as well as people entering the lawn area. So all that is just going to continue to overload the existing wetland. And it's not going to be able to perform its functions as highly as it currently does.
And I don't think this is a difficult question, but does the lawn provide a effective barrier against intrusion into the wetland?
No.
And so you mentioned fencing, and there's also this mention of a requirement of a vegetative barrier, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
What would the right place be to place that fencing or vegetative barrier in order to protect wetland be?
So again, in a standard plan, it would be the edge of the standard buffer, or maybe even the reduced buffer. At a minimum, I would say it should be, fence should be present along the edge of the walkway to keep people on the walkway and away from the wetlands, and kind of funnel them down to the dock. Based on what I can recall from the reports, I don't recall them saying that they were going to be utilizing, wetland B as a swimming area or anything like that. And if that is the plan, then you do have direct wetland impacts that are not being accounted for either. So I would definitely say that there should be, at a minimum, a fence following the path to keep people from disturbing the wetland. And I don't understand why the lawn is there to begin with, quite honestly, unless they are planning to use it for swimming or something like that, because there's no good reason to propose a lawn in adjacent to a wetland. Yeah.
So what would be best practice to have adjacent to that wetland?
In addition to the fence, I would say it should be planted with native vegetation, so trees and shrubs.
Okay, and so going back really quickly to the staff report. That. Okay, there we go. We're back on Bates page 1007. In your reading, does condition 18 there actually require fencing at any of the wetlands?
Well, it says it shall be installed along the outer edge of the stream and wetland buffers. I think where there's some wishy-washy language is the fact that there's no real explanation of what the outer edge of that buffer actually is, because there's so much intrusion into it. So I think that there needs to be fencing at the first intrusion, because, if you have a bunch of stuff going through the buffer and then you just put a fence along the outermost edge of the buffer, but there's a bunch of impacts inside that fenced area that fence is really not doing any good. So I would say the closest proposed impact, and even if that impact is something that's existing, so something that, you know, a part of the trail that's already there, that they plan to repurpose, there should be a fence along there if it's the closest.
And you didn't see anything in your review that suggested that a fence at the edge of that trail would be not possible?
No, I did not see anything saying that.
Okay. Did the environmental documents that you reviewed generally meet the standards for organization and completeness that you would expect for this kind of submittal?
I found them to be a little jumbled, disjointed, and missing some of the key pieces. There is a great deal of like narrative explanations of things, but there's not, and they have impact numbers and mitigation numbers kind of sprinkled throughout various reports, but I don't see the standard quantification of impacts fully outlining total impacts to all of the different regulated features. And then I don't see a mitigation section that clearly outlines all of the mitigation that's proposed and how it is offsetting those impacts. There was also no existing condition exhibit associated with the reports that I reviewed, which can make it really hard to understand, because they do show some of the existing conditions in the proposed by saying that this will remain or this will be removed. But having that just baseline of what's present is super important. For example, there's something like 3, houses or cabins or something on that easternmost parcel that were not represented in any of the plans up until today, I think, the augmented SEPA. So that made it a little confusing and hard to understand their numbers. Lack of performance standards also was a bit odd. I think that just kind of plays into the fact that the proposed plan and mitigation was not outlined following an impact analysis.
I think that should actually do it for me. Thank you, Ms. Highland.
Thanks.
Thank you. It is now, let me get this off my screen so I can see.
Oh yeah, I can stop sharing.
It is now 12:08. We will break for lunch. Let's round it off to 1:15 since we skipped break this morning. We stand at recess until 1:15 this afternoon. Thank you. This is the afternoon session of the March 3, 2026 hearing on Lakefront Park improvements. I was about to turn it over to Ms. Pratt for cross-examination, but Mr. Aneker seems to have a matter to discuss.
Yes, really quickly, Mr. Hearing Examiner, before we get going, I realize that I tendered the witness before the break, but since no questions have been asked, I realized there were a couple more questions that I wanted to ask, and I was wondering if instead of worrying about that on cross, we could just do it now. If I could have the witness back for another 10 minutes, tops.
I'll give her to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Ms. Highland, you're still under oath.
Okay, Ms. Highland, I'm going to go ahead and put an exhibit up on the screen for you here. Sharing the screen now. So I'll represent that this is exhibit 012, the biological valuation, and Bates page 0321. And we will make that go away. So looks like we are on page 50. Can you tell me a little bit about what's going on in this image? Like, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the biological evaluation. They're showing the proposed dock as well as survey of the existing conditions. This is kind of closer to the level of existing conditions that I typically see in the actual wetland assessment report and mitigation plan, where you have both the survey of the site, the survey of the wetland flags, and the existing conditions. And in this case, they've overlaid the proposed. And it appears that there are some wetland flags that continue along the shoreline that are not connected into the correct wetlands because they are located at or below the ordinary high water line, which means that the wetland extends beyond what is shown here.
Really quick, so what on this drawing represents the flags that you're talking about?
They are little tiny depictions of what looks like kind of like a golf hole flag. They're kind of gray, and they have labels associated with them that say pink/black, and then there is a letter dash number. The letter signifies which wetland it's associated with. The number is the number of the flag for that wetland.
And is pink/black a typical color flag for wetland delineation?
Yes, like it depends on company, but typically a pink and black is a wetland flag, or it could be different colors, but it would appear that they have labeled their wetland flags as pink/black.
And besides just it being a typical color, what about these labels leads you to think that these are the wetland flags?
If you zoom in to any of the actual wetlands, you will see the green hatch associated with the wetland, and that shape is following the little flags that have the pink/black flag marker.
Okay.
Or pink/black label.
If I could interject just for a moment, I'm seeing in a row of those flags, 3 different color patterns: blue, black, pink, black, and yellow, black. So they seem to be interspersed, as far as I can tell.
Yes, so there's a couple different colors there. You're correct. Yellow/black is associated with their data plots. So where, let's see, do they have it called out? Yeah. So there's yellow/black DP12, and it's just to the right of the number 8. Pink/black B-3, which means that it's wetland B flag 3. And then there's blue/white, and I believe it says WMA. And those appear to be the ordinary high water flags. And so you can have a couple different lines overlapping and crisscrossing to some extent. Oftentimes,
thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah. And so you said there were some pink black flags that were outside of a delineated wetland?
Yeah, so it appears that the wetland is coincident or potentially a little below the ordinary high water mark at several locations because they continued flagging the wetland along the ordinary high water line. So right now, the wetland is not being shown below ordinary high water anywhere, and it is ending near flag blue white WMA-11. But if you look just below that to the right a little, there's one that says blue/white WMA-12 and pink/black B-5. And the way that is flagged indicates that there is wetland that is located at the same location as ordinary high water mark. And then there's another blue/white WMA-14 and pink and black B-6. So the wetland line should be continuing to the southwest, if I've got my directions correct, towards where the proposed dock is. And it would appear that the last flag would be pink/black B-7 for wetland B. And then it also looks like similarly wetland C is supposed to be extended a little further to the east, where I see pink/black C-21, and then close to that pink/black C-22, which appear to be at or underneath the proposed dock. And because the wetland does, only one side of the wetland was delineated, the project side of it, I don't know the extent to which it extends into the lake. Typically, you need vegetation for it to be considered a wetland. If the vegetation abruptly stops, then it just becomes, part of the lake. So I don't actually know what extent, how wide of a strip of wetland they identified within below the ordinary high water. But I don't think that it's being properly depicted here.
Okay. So just based on the survey markings, it appears that both wetland B and wetland C should extend beyond their delineated bounds.
Yes.
And, I guess this is a general question, but can you build a dock on top of a wetland?
I mean, technically, yes, but you do need to get permits for that.
Okay. But it wasn't discussed in any of the permit applications how this could be on top of a wetland.
Right. No, there was no indication of potential wetland impacts.
Okay. And can a wetland exist at or below the ordinary high water mark?
Yes, it can, especially when it's an area that's pretty shallow, and especially since this area we know is not only shallow in depth, but also it experiences fluctuation in the level of inundation because those water levels go up and down. There's might be a period of time at which the vegetation in the substrate is exposed and you have vegetation growing there. So yes, it can exist below the ordinary high water mark of something like a lake or a pond.
And thinking back to your testimony previously regarding things like buffer impacts and impacts to the wetlands themselves and mitigation, would you say that proper delineation of the wetland to extend down to where it was surveyed would the same conclusions you drew about the other wetland areas, would that still apply to this new area?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Perhaps it was probably a little too broad, so we'll strike that. Would there be additional significant impacts to the wetlands if they were properly delineated to encompass these survey markers.
So I will say this is showing that it was delineated. So this is showing that the delineation does extend beyond what is being depicted. So I think that it's perhaps more so just an inaccuracy and an error in how the wetland flags were connected and depicted, because those flags do exist on the site for the survey to have picked up. But all that being said, if the flags had been connected a little more clearly, then it would show that there are potential wetland impacts in the form of potentially like piles, or at the very least, it would appear over water, over wetland, like shading. And so, yes, there could be impacts associated with this because it's not being depicted properly.
And do the mitigations proposed address these impacts?
No, because the plans do not address this as a potential impact.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your patience, Ms. Pratt. Witness is yours for cross.
Thank you. Ms. Highland, your report says it's a quote desktop assessment, and your partner explained to me that that meant you did not do a site visit. Is that the same for you?
Yes.
In your report, I'll show you. Just so you know where I'm talking about, this is your report. And on page 1003, you're talking about DP9. And at the end, you say this data form should be revised to check yes for sandy redox. I just want to confirm that this doesn't change the determination that DP9 is not in a wetland. Is that correct?
Initially, I would have said yes, but as we discussed it a little further this morning, I found myself kind of in a similar boat to DP13, because as I looked at the vegetation at that plot, it is a landscaped non-native oak species, and sometimes those can lead to kind of confounded determinations. And that's the only reason that location was not meeting for hydrophytic vegetation. And so if I take that into consideration a little bit more carefully, I acknowledge that there is sandy redox present at that location, then we're kind of falling into the same situation as DP13, where you have hydrophytic vegetation and hydric soil, and therefore it should make you question, well, why don't we have hydrology here?
And do you have anything before you that answers that question? Are you finding hydrology in this material or in your own material?
As I previously stated, there is the survey that shows that there is a depression in the vicinity of at least DP13. I don't
Is
know
there the same depression for DP9?
I do not know that off the top of my head.
Okay, so for 13 though, you have this depression, and is that your evidence that it meets the hydrology for a wetland?
No, I did not say that.
Okay, what is your evidence that DP13 meets the hydrology for a wetland?
I am not saying that it does meet the hydrology criteria. I'm saying that the presence of the two other indicators typically triggers a more thorough investigation into the presence or absence of the third criteria.
Okay, so you're not saying that DP9 or DP13 show you they are in a wetland, but you find you would have done further investigation. Am I stating that correctly?
No.
No. Okay.
It's
You
not
wouldn't
my
have done
personal
more
opinion.
investigation?
It's not my personal opinion. It is
Your professional judgment.
it's my professional judgment would say that we need to investigate further because the methodology also outlines when you have 2 out of the 3 criteria, it is necessary to investigate to see if there's a problematic scenario or atypical situation.
And you're saying that this was not done by the Facet people?
It does not appear to.
Does not appear to have been done. Okay. Were you consulted or asked to review Mr. Fudge's testimony that wetland B would be 3,000 square feet bigger if it was delineated in May?
I did not listen to that testimony, no.
Were you asked to review that before he testified about it?
No, I was not.
Do you agree with his testimony in your professional opinion?
I not necessarily, but I don't know what he's basing that on. Like I said, wetland delineation methodology is the best time to delineate a wetland is
Do
in
you
the
think
growing
Mr.
season.
Fudge is a wetland expert and should be allowed to tell us that wetland B will be 3,000 square feet bigger if it's delineated in May?
I
Or
do
is that
not.
your job?
Yeah, I do not necessarily believe that he can make that determination.
Okay,
That being
thank
said,
you.
I don't know that it's wrong. But we
Do you
do
know
have.
that it's right? Are you saying he's right? I mean,
I'm
Objection
not saying
asked and
he's.
answered.
no, I'm getting different answers. He doesn't know what he's saying, but he might be right.
I mean,
I would object to the tone.
Yeah, let's not get personal here, folks.
No, not getting personal. I'm asking her about her client's testimony.
again, I don't know what he's basing that on.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is that there are methodologies in place.
Actually,
the best
what
time
my
to
question
delineate a
was.
Would you let
wetland
her
is in the
finish?
early spring.
Finish.
So that's the best time to delineate a wetland. So that's when you're going to get the most accurate determination. There are indicators, criteria, and methods that we utilize during the less preferable times of year to complete delineations. They try to take into account all of the things that could be missing the rest of the year. They are not perfect. There are things that they can miss, and it could go the other way as well. So he's not wrong in that that's a better time to delineate than October, but I have nothing to no basis to agree with him that it's 3,000 square feet.
Okay. Have you ever done a delineation in the dry season?
Yes.
Okay. You entered or entered during your testimony was Exhibit 1008 from the Army Corps of Engineers. Is this unusual for the Corps to fill the lake in spring, summer?
No, I believe it's relatively normal. It's happened more than once in the past couple of years. I don't know if it's annual, but it is pretty routine.
Is there state guidance to only do wetland determinations along the lake in April and May around Lake Washington?
No, there's nothing that says you have to do it during that time period. However, the methodology again does point you back to doing a growing season investigation in scenarios where a hydrology determination is difficult.
Difficult. Okay. Thank you. How many wetlands have you delineated along Lake Washington?
Along Lake Washington, personally,
Yes.
I don't know that I have delineated along Lake Washington. I've done many along various lakes, shorelines, rivers, streams. Trying to think if there have been any specifically on Lake Washington. I don't think that I have any on Lake Washington.
Okay. I'm gonna remind you of this photo.
Yep.
And you testified about that. Sorry, gotta share first. Okay.
Yep.
All right, and then this is the Bates page 4 from Exhibit 1. Where is that photo taken from on this page? Or where is the plants in the photo?
My understanding is that it is in the lawn close to wetland B. However, because this plan set does not include the wetland flags or the DP locations, it's a little more difficult to pinpoint exactly where it is. If you look at a plan set that has the wetland flags on it, I was told that that was taken in the immediate vicinity of DP 13.
And who told you this was in the immediate vicinity of DP 13?
I believe it was a photo taken by Mr. Fudge.
So Mr. Fudge told you that this plant is in the immediate vicinity of DP 13?
Yes, via Kaylin.
Mr. Anaker, okay. Do you know how Mr. Fudge knew this was near DP 13? Were you told that?
It was my understanding that there was a site walk last week.
And he made that determination from the site walk? Is that your understanding?
He took that picture during the site walk. Typically, the DPs are labeled with a flag and stake.
And were you told he looked at those and said this is near DP 13? That's the information you were given?
The information I was given was that this was a photo taken near DP 13.
Okay. Did you also testify that these plants are in a low point?
I testified that those plants, if they were observed near DP 13, there is a low point near DP in the vicinity of DP 13.
Okay. Were you told these were in the low point?
No, I made two
okay.
separate statements.
Okay, you weren't told they were in the low point, but you were told they are near DP 13. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In the for what it's worth category, since I was on that site visit, in fact, the reason we went was to let me see the site. I did not see anybody take pictures of anything. If they were far enough away from me that I was not aware of it. So I have no knowledge of when he took it or where he took it. Frankly, I don't remember seeing very many of the wetland or survey stakes around. But again, I wasn't looking for them as much as I was looking at what the property looked like.
Okay. We're back to Exhibit 1, Bates stamp on page 4. Let's see. I think you testified earlier that there's lawn area near the beach. These these little X's, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and is it your understanding that that lawn is an existing condition or will be planted new?
It's my understanding that it is existing, and the mitigation plan shows that it's going to remain.
Okay. Um, and why, I didn't understand, but why will this lawn create an increase in runoff?
Because there's going to be additional impervious surfaces up gradient of it. Impervious surfaces generate more runoff and direct it based on whatever direction they're draining to. So the combination of increased impervious surfaces combined with the fact that there's no protection from from people entering the lawn area for water to now take the path of least resistance and follow paths that people create by walking down the beach.
Okay.
Or the lawn.
Are there particular impervious surfaces that are going to add to the lawn runoff on this page 4 of Exhibit 1?
The sidewalk area right there, the walking path.
Just adjacent to the lawn area? Okay.
Yep.
Anything else?
I believe besides these sidewalk areas, most of the rest of those areas will be restored. So nothing else aside from the sidewalk.
Okay.
That also somewhat depends on their stormwater plan and how they will be treating and catching the runoff and where it will be discharged as well.
And have you reviewed the stormwater plan?
I have taken a look at it. It was a little bit closer to the beginning of the review of this project. So I am not an expert on that by any means.
Okay. So your testimony that there will be an increase in the runoff from the lawn is made without any regard for any stormwater system on the site. Is that your testimony?
No, my testimony remains that there is already a slope down in that direction. So unless they're planning to cant the sidewalk to the north, then there's going to be some runoff associated with this, especially if they do not fence in that area.
And the fencing will just keep out the people, but not the water, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I don't know of any fences that are going to do a good job of keeping the water out.
All right, okay. But you're saying you're not giving us opinion on the stormwater system. Yeah, I think you said that's not your area.
I'm not an expert for what they're proposing exactly as far as treatment for water quality. But there's still going to be runoff in that direction because that's just the natural slope towards the water.
So right now, water is running onto the lawn because of the natural slope. That's what I hear you saying. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, okay, you would put a fence right along the edge of the path, so all the way down to the dock. Is that what you would do?
In this scenario, yes.
Okay. And so what was your testimony about swimming? You wouldn't allow swimming? Or what would you do about swimming in the lake from the park?
I guess you're going to have to jump in from the dock unless the city wants to mitigate for wetland impacts.
Okay, so you could come into the dock, or get into the water from the dock. Does that cause you any safety concerns? Oh, I'm sorry, not this dock. This one.
Mhm.
Any safety concerns about having this people swimming in this fenced off area?
You know, safety isn't my expertise. That's for a planner to decide.
Okay.
You could put buoys around it to try to prevent people from going in that direction.
So you don't want people swimming on the east side of the dock? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, if you're concerned about some kind of safety risk, then you can prevent them from going into the wetland or trying to access the land if you think that that's a safety issue. But
No,
again,
I'm asking you. So are you saying put buoys where?
I'm only making that comment because you asked me about safety. But again, safety is not my area. I was just making a suggestion.
Making the suggestion to put buoys?
To put buoys to prevent people from swimming over there if you have concerns about safety for some reason. But I don't know what your concerns about safety are specifically. And again, that's not really my area of expertise.
Okay. Have you considered whether or not the plan proposes access for people to swim in the water from the dock, from the park? Was that part of your consideration?
If there is a plan for people to swim from that area, then there needs to be direct wetland impacts shown.
Okay.
Which they are not.
Okay. And then what is how does this bulkhead affect wetland B?
They are proposing to remove it along with the dock. And that is one of those areas where they're doing something good. That's a restoration. So they're gaining something like 30 square feet of wetland area from the removal of that. So if there are direct wetland impacts, something like that could be utilized to offset those impacts. However, if they plan on removing the dock, removing the bulkhead, and then allowing swimming there, then you're going to have a bunch of people trampling a wetland, which once again, like I said, would be a direct wetland impact. And that wouldn't really be something you could count as mitigation at that point because the wetland would be impacted despite the removal of the bulkhead.
And does the wetland rely on the bulkhead being there in any way?
I can't 100% say because I haven't seen that area. However, given that there is
I don't need you to guess, but if you want to.
Given that there's wetland below the ordinary high water mark, as they've delineated it, then I don't think that it needs the bulkhead there to be wetland.
Okay. When you delineate wetlands during the dry season, how often do you return for a second visit in April, May growing season?
It's honestly not uncommon, especially when you have wetlands that are showing weak indications of hydrology, which would be, the secondary indicators, or you have some reason to believe that the secondary indicators could be misleading, or you have evidence that there are disturbed or problematic conditions present on site. So in the summer, we routinely recommend, doing a revisit during the growing season if we feel like we cannot make an accurate determination. Otherwise, we typically have to, lean into a more conservative approach.
Okay. Did you review the actual components of the proposed dock? The
Uh,
decking and the steel pipes, that sort of thing.
that is something that Rachel Villa, my counterpart, spent a little more time on.
So you didn't review them, but Rachel Villa did.
The specifics of that, yes, Rachel Villa did.
Okay. So my understanding from your testimony is you're saying there is a net loss in functions at the site. Can you tell me which functions aren't being properly mitigated for, please?
Yep. So we have Lake Washington impacts, the creek impacts, and wetland buffer impacts, as well as the building setback area, which again typically is not quantified this way, but they did calculate it similarly to impacts. So those 4 items, and again, that's assuming that the mitigation that they're providing is a one-to-one replacement.
And you're assuming one-to-one because that's what you saw in their documents, or what?
Well, they didn't explain the ratios in the documents.
Okay. Not explained. Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Miss Island.
I have one or two. We have an exhibit, and right now I can't tell you what number it is, and I don't want to waste everybody's time trying to find it, so I'll describe it. It's a photograph, among others, that was taken of a city information board on it'd be the south side of Beach Road in front of the preserve property. And it's talking about this project and the expansion of the park. And on that sign, there is a rendering that, if memory serves me, is presented from the perspective of one standing somewhere near the community building and looking towards the lake. And the only reason I'm mentioning this is because if my picture is correct in my brain of what I saw, the rendering strongly suggests that whoever did that anticipates that park users are going to use that lawn area to stage for going swimming. Because if I'm remembering correctly, there are people sitting on the grass, there are beach chairs, there's stuff like that. And so my impression has been from that and from other things, just sort of a sense that the park designers intend for that grass area to be actively used by patrons of the park before they get in the water and after they come out of the water. Assuming that that is correct, in your opinion, Does the plan propose mitigation for that?
No, in my opinion, it does not. The use of that area for that purpose is going to have direct impacts on wetland B. And it probably doesn't seem that bad to have some people walking over that area, but when you disturb the vegetation, you're removing a huge part of the wetland and what is completing a lot of these functions that are valuable to us. We need the vegetation there in order to receive the benefits of water quality treatment and the hydrologic support and habitat. So with a residential property, if it gets trampled, a dozen times during the year, maybe it can recover. Maybe it's impacted. But when you have, dozens, if not hundreds of people over the course of a month or the course of a season, that does damage that cannot be restored easily, and honestly would probably lead to either a lack of vegetation entirely, so removal, like the loss of that wetland, or what is equally likely is a bunch of non-native invasive plant species that are more disturbance tolerant, but are not good habitat, or their nuisance and invasive species may replace it.
Okay. I'm looking at Exhibit 1, PDF 4. It's, I think, the last graphic that you and Mr. Anaker had on the screen. And in the upper left, more or less upper left corner, encompassing about 5 of the parking stalls plus the hatched parking area, which would be for police or park people. Other than that little corner up there, if I'm reading the legend correctly, everything in this site is in the regulatory buffer of something, either
Yes.
wetland A, B, C, the lake, or Lyon Creek.
Yep.
Okay. So everything we build, except for what's in that, what we would call the northeast corner of the site, everything's going to be in an area that either we're not supposed to build in because it's in the buffer, or we've got to mitigate for.
Yes, correct. I think that saying you're not supposed to build in it, perhaps that's a step too far. I certainly don't think that you should not be able to build on the property. However, I do think that there's a lot being proposed. It feels like there's a lot being proposed on this site, and it's kind of trying to shove a square peg into a round hole and accommodate much more than the site is capable of supporting. I do think that variances are a method to relieve some of that, burden for projects to allow for reasonable development. But at the same time, a variance for something like a walkway, when there are 3 other walkways that get you to the same ultimate location, and getting a variance to allow for a wetland buffer to be reduced to 1/5 or less, like 10% of its original, standard buffer width, to allow for that pathway is, that's not showing avoidance and minimization. And along those same lines, the mitigation that is being proposed to offset some of these impacts is not really offsetting them at the level that we should be seeing it offset them in order to achieve no net loss. So I don't want to put words in anyone else's mouth or anything like that. I have an idea of how I would try to handle this particular situation. But I also know that there are a lot of factors that go into it. I'm not seeing enough evidence of avoidance and minimization and attempting to achieve the smallest variation or the smallest difference in standard buffers or even reduced buffers.
I don't see how the Turner property, the two lots on the east 2/3 of the site, could be used for active swimming and lake ingress and egress without impacting that lawn and using the lawn.
Mm-hmm.
In your opinion, with that use, would there be a way to mitigate it such that we'd have no net loss of functions?
I'm certain that there is a way to achieve no net loss. Whether that is whether they can accommodate all of that mitigation on the site, that I do not know. And I don't think you could accommodate it on the site, actually. Right after I said that, I realized you can't. Because in order to, when you fill a wetland, which is what you would ultimately have to do to this wetland, in order to receive credit for your mitigation, you need to provide a wetland that is sufficiently protected so that supports standard buffers or perimeter buffers, as the Department of Ecology refers to them. Nowhere on this site does a wetland have a perimeter buffer that is protecting it to the extent that it would need to be protected in order to get credit for that wetland creation or wetland enhancement. So you would have to look off-site for opportunities for mitigation.
Can no net loss be achieved through use of the mitigation bank system?
Potentially, yes. You have to make sure that they have enough credits, that you have your impacts properly accounted for, that your rating is, approved, and that it's in the correct drainage basin and in the service area. It is, a lot of local jurisdictions show a preference for on-site mitigation to ensure that there's no net loss on site and in that immediate area, but both Ecology and Army Corps have a preference for mitigation banks and in lieu fee programs. So that's a perfectly acceptable option.
That's what I had heard, was that state and federal agencies think you have more certainty that the mitigated area is going to work and function if it's part of a much larger wetland complex than some little small thing on a site.
Yeah.
I've heard that in prior cases and years. Okay, interesting. Thank you for answering my questions. Mr. Henniker, any additional?
Thank you. Just a couple short ones. So I'm going to share my screen right away here. So, and he will probably jump in and let me know if I'm incorrect here, but I'm showing an image that's a part of a slideshow that we've had as an earlier exhibit. This is exhibit 1005.
That's it.
That is the image that he was talking about.
Yeah.
here's the image that was discussed. Just based on this image,
Since I'm
pardon?
since I'm the one who brought this up, that is the picture that I was trying to describe. And now that I sit here and look at it, it actually looks like part of that lawn has been covered with sand for sunbathing in the sand. Because I see what looks like a water line and then a light surface that's not shiny behind it with 5 or 6 people reclining. So yes, that's the picture I was talking about.
Okay. I guess the question I have here is that based on this picture is the wetland still functioning as a wetland in this picture?
No. I mean, if you bring in sand, anything that you add to the wetland is going to be considered fill. So in addition to not preserving the wetland, that appears as if it has actively been graded and, you know, materials brought in to establish a sandy beach.
And what mitigations would be necessary if this was the plan?
You'd have to
I'm gonna
ensure.
object. There's no evidence that this is part of the plan. I've heard nothing about people bringing in sand. This is
Okay. If what is depicted, I will rephrase. If what is depicted in the situation that is depicted, what mitigation would be necessary?
object to the relevance.
I mean, my
I'm going to
rejoinder would be that it's an image that was presented by the city of Lake Forest Park about their project posted at the project site. I think what it depicts is relevant to the project.
There's no indication that this represents anything we've looked at in the plans, or that this sign says this is what your new park will look like.
Now, I'm going to overrule the objection.
So even sand aside, they don't bring any sand in, but they do utilize it for beach access. As I've already said, trampling of, you know, anything that's allowing intrusion into the wetland area would result in the degradation of the wetland to the point where it could no longer, you know, persist as a wetland, at which point that would be considered a direct impact and it would need to be quantified properly. So ensuring that we actually know the waterward extent of what qualifies as wetland. And then once you figure out the impacts, the suitable mitigation would be in the form of wetland mitigation, and it would likely have to be off-site, just given that nowhere on site can accommodate the standard even perimeter buffers unless they've redesigned significantly. And even that I don't think is possible just given the width of the site.
Thank you. In the screen share there. So I believe you testified that your experience doing delineations along the Lake Washington shoreline is a little limited.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any special expertise that is needed to do a delineation along the Lake Washington shoreline?
There, you know, some cities do have requirements of what they consider a qualified professional. Some counties do as well, and there are lists that some places keep. I'm on the Pierce County list and the Kitsap County list. I'm not aware of any other requirements. You know, there's the professional wetland scientist, which is not a requirement, but just kind of shows credentials and years of experience. That being said, there are definitely areas that, you know, benefit from somebody who knows these like kind of Easter egg pieces of information.
Okay, what And so regarding that lawn that you talked about, you mentioned people on the lawn being connected to storm or to drainage coming off the lawn. Could you touch a little bit more on how traffic on the lawn is related to that?
Yeah, so water takes the path of least resistance. When multiple people are walking on lawn, eventually, and it's more than one person. But even, routine following of the same path, like if you have a dog in your yard and they run the same path around for a little while, you're going to see where they've run. And the same thing applies to people walking. If they're walking down to the shoreline, you start to get paths that are worn down that way. That's then where the water tends to go. And if the water can't follow that specific path, it's going to forge a new path unless there's some kind of berm or curb or something like that that is conveying the water into a certain location. And because the site in general does slope towards the lake, you're going to have water that naturally wants to move that way.
Okay. And is that why fencing is important there?
Yes.
And when discussing the net loss and function, you mentioned that you were assuming in all of this that there was a one-to-one replacement, but you explained that that was just an assumption.
Mm-hmm.
And that the report that you reviewed did not explain the ratios. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, it doesn't mention ratios at all. It just mentions mitigation that will be provided, and it doesn't specify that is an adequate amount for a certain amount of impact.
As as a professional, as a wetland scientist, why is it important to explain in the report these ratios?
Because that's how you achieve no net loss, is by utilizing the regulations outline the requirements of how they establish no net loss. For example, where one jurisdiction might say for every 1 square foot of fill, you need 4 square feet of wetland enhancement, a different jurisdiction can say for every 1 square foot of fill, you need 8 square feet of enhancement. They have different metrics that they are measuring their success and requirements. So what might meet in one location as a no net loss might not meet somewhere else. So if you don't know what measurements you're using, you have no basis for it becomes too subjective without a standard.
So to be a little glib, it's not enough to just know for yourself that it's enough. You should explain it in your report.
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Pratt, any recross?
Yes. Ms. Island, what functions of Wetland B are going to be impacted as currently proposed?
As currently proposed in the use of of the buffer area and wetland B area for like beach access and swimming. Eventually they all will be impacted. As I mentioned, you need
This being the proposal.
Yes.
What functions of Wetland B are going to be impacted?
Water quality, hydrology, and habitat.
And what are the current functions that Wetland B is providing as a category whatever you think Wetland B is providing.
Okay, so I think you want very specific outline of what the functions are, not just the categories. So if that area no longer supports vegetation, then it's not providing water quality improvements. The presence of vegetation not only helps improve water quality through the removal of physical, like suspended solids in the water, but it also removes pollutants and toxicants that are in the water at a molecular level, and it treats it with, you know, their roots and how it helps infiltration.
How much is Wetland B currently providing that function?
I can tell you based on the report, you know, the level of function that it's providing. Oh, still wetland day. Okay, so where the heck is wetland B? Sorry, it skipped from wetland A to wetland C. Ah. I'm just trying to pull up the wetland ratings if you want very specific information. On a broad level, wetland B is a category 3 wetland, assuming that the delineation is accurate, and it provides a moderate level of function in general. I'm sorry, my computer is being extremely slow.
It's okay.
I think page 55 is what we're after.
If it's okay, I'd ask that Ms. Highland answer the questions.
Okay. So I'm realizing that there is just that the wetland rating is mislabeled in this document. So it's labeled as wetland A by accident, but it is the rating that they provided for wetland B.
What are you looking at? Which exhibit, please?
This is exhibit 11. Oh, maybe, you know what? I should double check that they don't have a more recent one in the revised report, but I don't think that there is. But let me double check. If I'm recalling correctly, all of the ratings were in the original stream and wetland delineation report, and the revised one just refers back to it. Yeah, okay. So it is exhibit 11011, and I'm looking at PDF page 59.
And that's where you're telling me that Wetland B has a moderate level for water quality function.
It has a moderate level of water quality functions at the site level. It has a high level of water quality function at the landscape level, and it should also have a high level of water quality function at the society level. So if I were to re-rate this wetland under the conditions of like the vegetation being trampled to the point of no longer existing, you know, then it would not really be considered a wetland anymore. And then we wouldn't be able to utilize this tool to assess it.
Okay.
So
okay, I'm going to go back to my question. The Wetland B right now is providing the water quality function at a moderate level on this site. Is that what you told me?
yes, and it
Okay.
also provides a moderate level of hydrologic function and a low level habitat function.
Okay.
What page are you on?
I just scrolled back up to the summary page for Wetland B, which is PDF page 55 or 0230.
Okay. 'Cause
And
I was looking at the table in the middle of that page under item number 1, and it says water quality rating is medium, hydrologic is medium, but habitat is high on that, and you just said it was low. So I'm confused as to what I'm looking at.
are you talking about PDF page? Which page were you looking at?
55
55.
and Bates 230.
Okay, yep.
I may
And
just be looking in the wrong place. I'm looking under, there's a heading right near the top that says overall wetland category.
mm-hmm.
And then under that, there's number 1, category of wetland based on functions. And I was looking at the chart that's in that little section right there. And value was medium, medium, and high. Site potential was medium, low, and low. Landscape potential was high, high, and low.
I'm
Are we looking at different things?
maybe.
I hope.
Let me can I share what I'm looking at just to make sure?
Sure. Let me do this. Let's go back to the first page.
Yes.
And I've got, it's dated December 4, 2023,
Mm-hmm.
cover letter.
Yes.
And it goes on from there. Okay, I guess we're looking at the same document.
So on the overall wetland category, based on function, in the table for improving water quality and site potential is the M underlined.
The site potential?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then if you, oh wait, here, now I should be able to share my screen. Is this what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. So I was
Yes.
reading straight down for what the improving water quality at total when you look at these 3 different like subcategories within improving water quality. A 7 is a moderate, hydrologic, a 6 is a moderate, and when it comes to habitat score, a 5 is considered a low, even though if you had a 5 here in improving water quality or hydrology, that would typically be considered a moderate, but for habitat purposes, moderate starts at 6. So
I think I was reading across and you were reading down.
yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So overall, it's providing a moderate level of function. If you allow it to be utilized as a beach, you lose the vegetation over time, and it can no longer really provide these functions when you lose that vegetation, because vegetation is a key part of a wetland.
Okay, I've got some more questions about functions. With this being the proposal that I'm showing, which was from Exhibit 1, page 4, still, Bates page 4, and you talked about there's impacts on impacts on the functions of Lake Washington that aren't being mitigated. what are those functions that aren't being mitigated?
The overwater structures, as I said, that's really more Rachel Villa's area of expertise.
But okay, so you can't testify about impacts to Lake Washington not being mitigated. Is that correct?
I can testify that the numbers do not show no net loss.
But you can't tell me the functions that aren't not being mitigated. The loss of functions that aren't being mitigated. I believe that's what you said. If you can, then please just tell me what they are.
One of the largest functions of Lake Washington is the fisheries habitat.
So you're saying there's impacts to the fisheries habitat on Lake Washington from this project. Is that right?
The way the numbers are penciling out, yes.
Okay. And what exhibit shows you that there's impact to the fisheries on Lake Washington?
What exhibit shows it?
Yes.
The one that you have pulled up that shows that there are almost 3,900 square feet of new overwater structures, the removal of 2,200.
Okay. And that shows you there is an impact on the fisheries function in Lake Washington, right?
That is the main impact that we are concerned about, yes.
Okay. You said the main impact. Is there another impact to Lake Washington functions that are not being mitigated? I'd like to hear them all.
I mean, there are other impacts that are a little harder to quantify because it's not a finite and isolated impact, such as the increased use can increase the overall pollutants entering the wetland.
So is that, no, I'm talking about Lake Washington. Okay.
Oh, sorry, not the wetland. My apologies. Lake Washington. The increased use because they're going from single family residence to a higher intensity use because there'll be more people utilizing the site. That could increase pollutants entering Lake Washington. That could increase.
Or are they going to?
They are going to.
Okay. And are you saying those have not been mitigated?
Yes.
Okay. What other functions of Lake Washington are being impacted and not mitigated?
I mean, I'd stick with habitat and water quality because that's what I'm comfortable speaking to.
Okay, what is habitat the fisheries that you've already explained to me?
Yes.
Okay, and is water quality what you were referring to about more people are going to be using Lake Washington?
Yes, so the potential for the introduction of more pollutants, toxicants, littering, that sort of thing.
Okay. More pollutants and littering. Okay. And then you said functions of the alternative functions of Lyon Creek. Which functions of Lyon Creek are being impacted and not mitigated?
The fact that there is not a sufficient buffer is very similar to the impacts to wetlands, where you are lacking a sufficient area for things like toxicants, pollutants that are coming into the water.
Okay, so is there currently a sufficient buffer to Lyon Creek?
No, but that's not how the code works.
Explain to me how the code works.
The code doesn't just say you have to provide something that is minimally better than what's currently there. The code allows for legal non-conforming uses. But when you propose something new, it's supposed to show that it's meeting the current standards.
So when we're measuring the function of Lyon Creek, and you're saying it's impacted, what I am hearing you say is that you're looking at if Lyon Creek had the buffers as currently required in the code, that's what you're measuring it from the city impacting it. So let's say the stream buffer is 100 feet, and you're assuming that right now it has that 100-foot buffer, and we're impacting that. Is that how you look at it?
I mean, yes.
Okay, that's
yeah.
good. Thank you. I'm trying to understand here. Okay. So the function, what's the function of Lyon Creek that we're impacting?
Both the conveyance of water and the habitat.
And what is our impact on the conveyance of water?
When you don't have sufficient buffer surrounding a stream, you are potentially, or the impact to the waterway is very similar to the ones to wetlands that we've already discussed, where you are allowing intrusions into the buffer, which means that people can go into the stream, which disrupts the habitat for fisheries, which I'm realizing you asked about hydrology. My apologies.
Yeah, conveyance of water.
So the protection of a stream is important because when you don't have enough vegetation surrounding it, it opens up the possibility of erosion and sediment. And from what I heard from testimony recently is that there's a lot of sediment coming in through Lyons Creek. So having that protective buffer surrounding it helps to catch things like sediment, in addition to filtering water before it enters the stream. Once again, sorry, I have a tendency to circle back to all the 3 wetland criteria.
Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about the stream. Okay, so the erosion, there's going to be more erosion than we currently have in Lyon Creek because of the project? Or
very possible, because you've got way more people now entering the property, and people have a tendency to not stay on trails. And to go off into the woods and to chase their dogs out there, and kids want to go throw.
What would be your what's the fix there to improve this? Are we talking, is it fence? Do we fence people out?
Fence is part of it, but also increasing the buffer width, increasing the plantings, which some of these things are done, but
Okay, so I'm just asking for the impacts that you're seeing. So you're saying water, we're making the conveyance of water is worse because we're going to have erosion and sediment. Is that right?
those are 2 side effects of not having proper protection to a stream. Yes.
Okay. Anything what? Okay. Is that the function? So the function is Lyon Creek conveying water, and we're impacting that because the buffers aren't wide enough. Is that what you're saying?
That is one of the things that will occur from a lack of proper buffer protection.
Okay, what other function of Wetland Creek are we impacting? with the proposal?
Fisheries habitat.
Okay, and how are we impacting fisheries habitat?
We have salmonids that utilize that creek for spawning.
And how is the project impacting them?
The presence of people in the immediate vicinity of the creek, including this overwater viewing platform thing, it can scare them off. It can deter them from utilizing this area, and they could avoid this area and not migrate upstream to spawn. The presence of a lot of people in the immediate surroundings can also cause disturbances. There is guidance that suggests, keeping people outside of not just streams and their buffers, but limiting the time of year uses for areas where salmonids spawn.
And what limits on that would you impose on Lyon Creek or on this preserve area?
I'm going to object at this point. A couple of questions are okay, but generally these are not topics that were discussed in either direct, the hearing examiner's questions, or redirect.
Well, we did talk about her functions. She did talk about the functions are being impacted, and I am asking for details about what functions she's saying are not being mitigated.
But you're asking about Lyons Creek, and her testimony was about the wetlands.
She testified that we are impinging on the functions of Lake Washington, Lyon Creek, the buffers, and the building setbacks. She testified those 4 things, and I'm asking her to back those up with what functions are being impacted and not mitigated for. She gave us a chart.
I did. I said you're not mitigating for the impacts to Lyon Creek buffer, which does ultimately have an effect on Lyons Creek.
Right.
But
let's let the hearing examiner rule on the objection.
Okay, sorry.
I was just about to when she started talking again, so I thought I'll just shut up and see what happens. I understand, I think, the origin of Ms. Pratt's questions based on the somewhat passing comment by Ms. Highland. I'll let a little more of this go on, but I think, Ms. Pratt, you're looking for something that's very specific, I believe, and she hasn't testified in that nature regarding the creek. So I think it's ultimately going to be a fruitless or close to being a fruitless exercise. So let's try and keep it as brief as we can from here on out.
Well, I think she clarified something just in a past answer where I wrote down that we were impacting the functions of Lyon Creek, and I just heard her say no, not the creek, but the buffers around the creek.
You may continue questioning.
So was my statement that I just said, Ms. Highland, correct? That you're saying the functions that we are impacting are of the Lyon Creek buffers, and we're not mitigating fully for those?
Correct. By kind of transitive property, if you're not impacting for buffer, if you're not mitigating for buffer impacts, that ultimately results in impacts to the feature it's trying to protect.
Okay. And then if I understand you correctly, the functions in those wetland buffers that we're not mitigating for are the conveyance of water and habitat. Is that right?
Are you talking about the wetland buffers or the stream buffer?
Sorry, stream buffer. Thank you for the correction.
Those are 2 functions that can certainly be that are not being mitigated based on the level of impacts and mitigation that are being shown.
Okay. Are there any other functions being impacted and not being mitigated for?
Habitat. I mean, habitat of the buffer itself as well.
Yeah. Any other than the conveyance of water and the habitat? Is there a third function?
Water quality.
Okay. And oh, you talked about well and B. Are the functions you explained to me, the functions of wetland B that the city was impacting and not mitigating for, what are the functions for the wetland buffers around A that are being impacted and not mitigated for?
They are largely the same that we've already discussed. And the reason they're not being properly mitigated for is,
well, I actually, if you could just tell me which functions we aren't mitigating for wetland A buffers.
You're not properly mitigating for any of the functions.
And if you could
So
just
water quality, hydrology, and habitat.
all of them. Okay, and is the same for wetland C?
Yes.
All right, that's my last question. Thank you.
I have no redirect.
You've already had redirect. That was recross, I believe, if my notes are correct here.
Yeah, redirect, no redirect.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Highland. I'm glad you were able to be here with us today and could spend the whole day. Appreciate that. Now, we're actually in Ms. Pratt's time to continue presenting her direct testimony. And whom would you like to call next?
I need 10 minutes to transfer from this wetland information and get my next witness information.
That is fine. 2:44, let's stand at recess until 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
You.
And this time I will try to hit the. Thank you. This is the second half of the afternoon session on March 3rd, 2026. We are beginning with the city's next witness. Ms. Pratt, whom would you like to call?
Mr. Kirk Harris.
Okay. Mr. Harris, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you tell us your name and how to spell it, please?
My name is Kirk Harris, Kirk Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Your witness, Ms. Pratt.
Mr. Harris, what is your occupation and where are you employed?
I am a civil engineer with an emphasis on traffic and transportation engineering, and I'm employed with a firm called Transportation Solutions.
And how long have you been a traffic engineer?
I've been a traffic engineer for 33 years now.
Okay.
Oh.
And we did attach your CV to the city's exhibit witness list, which is Exhibit 41. But could you give us a summary of relevant qualifications and experiences?
Sure. Like I've been I'm a lifelong Washington resident, Western Washington, and I went to the University of Washington back in the day and started my role as a consultant, working for a firm in Bellevue, and we did transportation projects back then, and have continued to do that. This is and have worked for that firm for 10 years. Moved to another firm with a colleague of mine. Worked there for 17 years, and when he asked me to join him at this firm at Transportation Solutions 5 years ago, um, I, I I didn't hesitate and decided to join working with him again for the next, so he and I have been working together for about 25 years. He's the president of the firm of Transportation Solutions. My focus over this whole time has predominantly been working for public agencies on transportation planning projects, transportation design projects, everything ranging from trails to roads to intersections to roundabouts and highway improvements. Pretty much anything that's motorized or even non-motorized pedestrian accommodation trail projects is something that I've experienced along the way over this time. So, and so anyway, so yeah, so I've been doing that, and so some of the projects have included parks and park improvements. Many of them have been intersection improvements for streets, or just roadway improvements, like I mentioned, and that's been my professional career for this whole time, and through for public agencies along the way. Every once in a while, this firm also does work for developers, so we do a lot of TIAs, or transportation impact analysis for development projects. So doing TIAs for cities is a little bit unique, because they are generally not the proponent for development projects like that. Mm-hmm. And so that's where this project is actually a little unique, where it's a TIA for a public agency. But our firm, based upon experience of doing it both for public and private, has that experience to do both.
Thank you. Just in general, what was your involvement with the Lakefront Park applications?
Sure. In early 2024, so just about 2 years ago, Amber Mikulska asked if I'd be interested to join their team to provide some transportation work for this particular project. She and I had worked together on another one for the Sideview Metropolitan Park District for a park out there, and had done some parking analysis and some design work for them. And kind of based upon that experience, she asked me to help out with this one here. And so beginning in July, we started work on this project, hiring a traffic count vendor to accumulate data, and prepared the report that's one of the exhibits here for this hearing, and submitted it to Facet, and who submitted it to the city in September. So about that 2 to 3 month period is the period that we prepared the report for review. And then about a year later, as the design was evolving along Beach Drive and some of the frontage in the parking lot itself, we were asked to just provide some consulting for how that might work, how that might look from the pedestrian improvements, the frontage improvements along Beach Drive. And so we provided some input on that as well.
Thank you. Did you attend any of the open houses that were for this project?
Yes, I did attend the most recent open house. So that was on June 11th, 2025. So that was the one open house that I was a part of. And that one, I was at a table which had a lot of exhibits on Beach Drive. And so I was there and, providing input or providing responses to questions that were posed by the public, and just, answering questions for them and of what was proposed, and information to questions that they may have had at the time. So
okay, I'm gonna just start pulling up your exhibit. It's exhibit 16. So this is labeled exhibit 16, and is this the TIA that was submitted to the city in September 2024?
that's correct.
Okay. And as have you reread this to prepare for testimony?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Have any assumptions or facts changed since you submitted this 18 months ago in September 2024?
No assumptions or facts have changed. We have had discussions about things about reciprocal parking agreements and others, things where I've learned more about them since we wrote it a year and a half ago.
Okay.
And as the design has evolved a little bit, and since it was a preliminary design when we prepared the report, it was advanced to the 70% design, which was submitted sometime in 2025. So we were a little ahead of the curve on preparing this report. So I've learned a few things through it, but the underlying assumptions and facts remain the same.
Okay, thank you. There's one statement in the report, just to quickly look at this. It states that well, first tell me, what was your purpose in providing this report?
Right. Well, it was our understanding that a TIA was going to be required for this project because it identifying any potential issues with respect to increased traffic really would need to be covered. The city said it would need to have an idea of what a new park would mean from the standpoint of traffic to the existing network, the transportation network that's out there.
Mm-hmm.
And they also asked for us to provide some recommendations and on potential parking or future parking needs as a result of the new park here as well. So that's a part of this report as well. So those are the kind of the two primary reasons for preparing this TIA.
Okay. And is it your understanding that this project is already permitted? It's already been approved? Or is
No,
that why we're here?
there was a statement in there when we were having discussions. Let's see, it looks like it's 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down, the last sentence in the fourth paragraph down, where it says a conditional use permit has been approved for the park.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, and one could say that was a misstatement. It was it should have been characterized that a conditional use permit was approved for the existing waterfront preserve park.
Oh, okay.
That was something that had I known then what I know now, we would have changed the wording of that sentence.
Okay.
To be more clear.
Does if that was corrected, I mean, does this statement does it cause any errors in your analysis?
No, it doesn't have a bearing on the recommendations or the analysis. No.
Okay. I'm going to go to let's see, figure 3. So what did you find out about the existing conditions at the site?
I do know there was another statement in there that, again, had I done it or had it been written differently or corrected it, there was a statement in there, something about how the parcel had been vacant. And that was my understanding at the time. And then I learned that a caretaker had been living there, kind of watching over the property after the city had purchased it. So, but it didn't make any difference to the analysis at the end of the day.
Okay. And this statement here, this paragraph about what's going to be demolished, what's going to be reused. Is it your understanding that, this is exactly as you understood it back in September 2024?
Yeah, at the time, that was our understanding of the various buildings at that cabin related facility, that they were going to reuse some. And so this information we had taken from our prime consultant, who I work for, which was Facet, on how that site was going to be reused.
Okay. Is there 2 structures that are still going to be proposed for flexible community use?
Yeah, that's my understanding, that one will be this community room, and then the other one was now identified as an annex, both with small kitchen facilities and restrooms on both of them. And learning even from this hearing a little bit more about that as well.
All right. Okay. I'm going to go then to your report seems to be looking at then the existing conditions. Can you tell me why that's important and what you found?
Well, in this section here, it's the existing conditions of the road. We over the roadway network. You know, as this is a traffic impact analysis report, it's important for us to describe the base situation of what the roads that are out there, and the study, the scope of the study, as we worked it out with the city, was we were going to evaluate 6 different intersections that were at and near the park, and there were some exhibits showing where those were. And so the descriptions of those on any TIA kind of talks about what is the roadway network, what are the highways or the intersections nearby, what are the transit routes that run through it or near it, what are the you know, that like to give a sense for someone to pick a report up without never having been there, they can get a sense of what the existing conditions are.
Okay, and so what does this figure 3 show us, or what did it show you?
Well, what did it show you? Well, really, it is essentially showing the limits of where we evaluated traffic for this project, and how we start on this process is, for us from a traffic standpoint, we hire outside vendors. There's some what we call traffic count vendors, where they will go out to each of these intersections and mount like a temporary camera on an existing pole. They might take a small sort of a GoPro-like camera, affix it to a PVC pole, mount it kind of high up in the air on an existing utility pole or a traffic signal pole, or even in some cases, light poles. And then from there, they will have a camera aimed at the intersection, and they will turn that camera on for the period that we asked them to count. And so at these 6 locations, they had a camera for each one of those. And we had asked them to count 2 different periods. One was a weekday count. And in this case, we asked them to count on a Tuesday. We asked them to count on a day that worked for them between Tuesday and Thursday. Those are the 3 days of the week that are seen as acceptable to be considered a weekday count. Sometimes Monday counts or Friday counts are influenced by the weekend or holidays or whatever. So that's why we choose a Tuesday through a Thursday. And in this case, it was a Tuesday. And on this one, we also asked for a weekend count. And also, as I'm talking here, I'm almost fairly certain it was a Sunday that it was counted out there to give a sense of what traffic is like on a weekend. For different developments, like a private development, you might not be as interested in what a weekend count is, but in this case, knowing that it was a park and a recreational facility of sorts, that people would be using it on a weekend. So we thought that was important to gather that data. So the information that you see here are what we call turning movement counts that were taken from those cameras. So once the vendor removes the cameras from the poles after the count period, they will take them back to their office, and in some cases they use computer kind of AI software, if you will, to have the cars physically counted at each one of the intersections. And then they will, and in the appendix here in this report is the raw data that shows that, okay, so many cars turn left, so many cars turn right, so many cars went straight through at each of these approaches to the intersection. And obviously, like the intersection 3 at the intersection of Bothell Way or State Route 522 and Ballinger Way, State Route 104, that is the busiest intersection of the 6 in the area. It's the intersection of 2 state highways. It's also the access point to Beach Drive and all the residents there as well. So that is one of them. and obviously, location 6 would be the presumed location of the driveway entrance to the park. And that location was actually counted at the existing waterfront preserve location. And it's pretty, it would be the most lightly traveled, if you will, because there's, not as many users at Waterfront Park as there are out on the 2 state highways.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're looking at here as far as what all those numbers are. There are 2 sets of numbers at each one of the locations. And again, I saw there's a question earlier in the hearing, and even just replaying it, it's like, oh yeah, it would have been better to add a key to give it a little more sense. We did endeavor to describe what that was with the header at the top of the exhibit where it says PM on the left and weekend in parentheses. And so the numbers in parentheses represent that weekend count, and PM represents the Tuesday count. And I should mention that these are counted what we call during the peak hour. So we asked our vendor to count them on the weekday during the PM PM peak hour, which can be any period between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. And what they do is they count in 15-minute increments. And then in those 15-minute increments, they take the 4 highest 15 minutes that are consecutive and say that is the peak hour. So it could be from 5 to 6, it could be from 4 to 5, it could be 4:30 to 5:30. It's whatever the addition of those 4 15-minute periods are that represent the peak hour. And then we use that for all of the intersections at the same time. So we're kind of comparing apples to apples. On the weekend, we actually had a midday peak hour. I believe it was 11 to 1, if I'm recalling correctly. So different peak hours are associated with different days of the week.
Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing here for a second and pull up another exhibit.
I could keep going, but I'll stop.
No,
Yeah.
we'll go back to that
Yeah,
before
right.
let me just pull this up and then I'll ask you to finish explaining. My fault. So this is what you were just testifying about, figure 3 in exhibit 16, and about the existing conditions. And so, what was what did you find out about the existing conditions?
The short version is that the existing conditions indicated when we take all those numbers and we put them into a software program called Synchro. And again, that information is in the appendix, but we end up running all of the numbers to figure out what we call the level of service at each of those intersections to determine if it meets acceptable standards for either the city or the state of Washington because of the state highway. And the short version is each of the 6 intersections met existing level of service standards for the intersection as a whole. And that information at each of those intersections is in those appendices and shows also that they are evaluated differently, whether it's a signalized intersection with a traffic signal or a stop sign controlled intersection. So they have some different criteria, but they all met under the existing conditions, the acceptable level of service.
Can you walk us through, is that in this table 1?
Yes. Yeah. So that's a summary of the computer evaluation, the simulation or the calculation of level of service. So of those 6 intersections. I mentioned that intersection 3, which was the heaviest of all the intersections, meaning it had the most traffic entering it from 4 directions.
Yeah.
And what we can see is, let's say intersection 3, it's a traffic signal, and during the PM peak hour on that Tuesday, that the average the level of service is level of service D, which meets the acceptable standards for WashDOT along that state route. The expected delay, the average delay for that intersection was 35.4 seconds. And on Saturday, it had very similar results here as well. And so each one of those A through D met a level of service standard. If we had seen an F, that would not have met level service standards for the intersection. Ironically, even intersections along the state route, some can experience a level of service E under certain conditions the state will allow.
Okay. Anything else we should know? Oh, what was your safety analysis?
The safety analysis, that was something else that was a part of this project here, that we include in our TIAs as well. So this is one where for those same 6 intersections, we request from a kind of an open data source through the Washington State Department of Transportation, the WashDOT. We request all of the crash information. We requested for the whole city of Lake Forest Park because frankly, it's easier to sort than asking for 6 specific intersections. And then the WashDOT will provide that information to you, which actually comes from the Washington State Patrol, and they combine all that information, and then they identify to that we can sort it, parse it down, and figure out how many crashes occurred during a 5-year period, which is kind of the typical study period. And in this case, we received data from 2019 to 2023. So for those 5-year periods. And there was a table in there where we summarize the number of crashes experienced at each of those 6 intersections. Some of them are,
I'm sharing the screen, table 2 on
it's
table
2. Table 2.
Okay. Okay. Can you go through this with us then?
Sure. So I don't know if you're going to call it up, but essentially we are looking for trends on different crashes at the intersection. And from the standpoint of this is the existing conditions, and if we are adding a certain amount of traffic, might the project for which we're evaluating contribute to this, or of the traffic that's going to a particular intersection, is there already an existing crash experience with a higher number than expected number of crashes at a particular intersection. Okay. So this table here, again, the same 6 intersections. I should say there's one missing, intersection 5, and the reason why it wasn't included is because there was actually 0 crashes at that location over the 5-year period, and so it was described in a paragraph that precedes this table why it wasn't included. But essentially, we're looking for first all of the crashes, but to get what that crash frequency looks like. But it's important for us to also be aware of the types of crashes, whether fatalities or crashes that involve pedestrians. And so you'll see the categories here: fatal injury, serious injury, minor injury, possible injury. Those are obviously are really important to know about if it's near a project site. The PDO stands for property damage only. If two cars get a fender bender or some sort of crash, but nobody is known to have been injured, we still record that. And the second column here, what's the main crash type? And so some of these crashes let's just stay with intersection 3 at the intersection of the 2 highways, rear end crashes. We identify here, here's the percentage of that kind of crash, and that's not unexpected at a highly congested intersection where people end up rear-ending each other in a stop and go situation at a signalized intersection. So that's what we would expect to see there. Numbers that also make us kind of take note is this column on the far right side is the crash rate at a particular intersection. The MEV is million entering vehicles at an intersection. So there's a calculation, there's a formula in this report here that identifies how we calculate the crash rate per million entering vehicles. Industry standard for us is really to look at those intersections that have a crash rate that is higher than 1.0. And if it is, like, well, are there some things we need to do to mitigate for that on there? So you'll see the first 4 intersections through here all have crash rates that are less than 1.0. That's, that's good for the public. It's good, that good for us to know, quite frankly. Obviously, this last intersection at the Beach Drive site entrance here has a crash rate that is higher than the 1.0. And there was one property damage only crash at that site, as represented, one crash in 5 years, which is why that column under the PDO has a 0.2 or 20%, if you will, or 20% chance of that occurring on any given year. So yes, but so that number does make us, we wanted to make sure that was captured, but from the standpoint of how few vehicles are actually at that intersection, if you will, driveway intersection, it didn't give us a lot of concern for it.
Okay.
And then if there are some things of note, we will describe a few of them, leaving people's personal information out, but just sort of the conditions on some of these crashes, especially on injuries associated with pedestrians. We will highlight that. So that's why the next 2 paragraphs after the table were included in the report. And then as an explanation of how, if recognizing that that could be an issue with having pedestrians and vehicles in the same corridor, we felt it was worthy to note that as part of the park project that the project was proposing to include a formal sidewalk that connects the park entrance to the existing intersection at 522 and Ballinger Way. So that's why that 3rd paragraph was included in this report.
Okay, I'm gonna insert here, ask you to respond to a couple things that Mr. Fudge testified to. Pull up here.
I'm sorry, I didn't know my camera got turned off, so I apologize.
All right, I'm sharing. This is from Exhibit 1005.
Yeah.
It is a sheet that Mr. Fudge used during his testimony. Do you recognize this as your figure 3 with this additional material added on the
Yes,
right-hand side? Yep. All right. And have you had an opportunity to review Mr. Fudge's figure 3?
I did. I looked at that, and I looked at, obviously, at our own report here, and looked back at the data that was in the back in the appendices here, and Mr. Fudge, brings up a very good point from the standpoint of, I think it was just characterized, hey, there's some missing cars here, and he's correct from the standpoint of there are cars shown on intersection 5 that at the intersection of Beach and Ballinger that are shown to be turning towards intersection 3, but then once you get to intersection 3, those same cars are not there. And when we look at that, you're like, man, that's something that we don't like to see, frankly.
Yeah.
And that we would like, hey, I'd like my traffic count vendors to make sure they count every single cars, so I wanted to validate that it wasn't, quite frankly, it wasn't a typo on our part when we created this graphic based upon the raw data that is included in the appendix. And sure enough, I went through the raw data in the appendix, and those are the numbers that were provided to us. So if you were to add the intersection, the vehicles, let's say leaving intersection 5, there were 26 vehicles headed towards intersection 3, and yet there's only 14 vehicles waiting, heading westbound on Ballinger, waiting to turn either left, right, or through. So you're like, okay, well, there's 12 vehicles missing here. Not the 13 that was stated, but there's 12 vehicles. It's like, well, that's not great. But I wanted to check some of the other locations, and others were much more balanced. And so that was on the weekday that happened. I said, well, what happens if for that same movement on the weekend, and for the same movement on the weekend, we had 24 vehicles going from intersection 5, and in this case, on the weekend, they counted 23 vehicles at intersection 3 waiting to turn. So like, okay, well, now I'm only missing one. But I think that's sometimes that does occur from a standpoint of from a human error of counting video of cars going through, for lack of a better term. But I did check the other ones, and they're all within plus or minus 1 or 2 or 3 in that same 3 to 5 connection there. So I felt good. And then I want to also look at, okay, what do those 12 missing cars represent in intersection 3, with just the number of vehicles that are running through. And so someone counting an intersection with very low traffic volumes, you have a pretty high likelihood of making sure you count every single car. At the intersection 3, where you have several thousand cars on it, those 12 missing cars would represent 0.3% of the number of cars entering that intersection.
Okay.
Again, I like to have everything just very exact, but unfortunately in this business, things are not all exact. And then when we prepare the analysis as well, 12 cars out of I think it was like 4,500 cars would not have changed the results of the traffic analysis on what the level of service was for that intersection or any of the intersections through there.
Okay.
Things are unbalanced by a few percent or so.
So the level of service at Beach Drive is F now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So there's a distinction or a difference, and so from a comparison and what's industry standard is for cities approving how an intersection functions, it's the all legs of the intersection, whether it's 3 legs or 4 legs. They look at the total combined intersection delay and that level of service. However, we also have the information to inform us on how each leg of the intersection performs. And so we do have that information that Mr. Fudge found presumably in the appendix that indicates the leg that leaves Beach Drive and heads to that intersection with the 2 state highways. It is level of service F today. And then as we kind of go forward on the testimony, it's level of service F in the future as well. It doesn't get any better, but it is for that intersection. And F, obviously in school, F means failing, but also in traffic vernacular, F is associated with a specific number of seconds of delay. And once you're over a certain threshold, that becomes F.
Okay. So you took into consideration that the minor leg at Beach Drive is a level F for LOS.
Yeah, it's considered in the entire analysis, yes.
Okay.
But it is not a determining factor on whether an intersection meets level of service, acceptable level of service.
All right. Mr. Fudge also testified in terms of your safety analysis, and he brought up 2 other incidents of, I'll say car crashes. One car going into a ditch, and then he got sideswiped in front of his house. Did you review that testimony from Mr. Fudge?
I did. Yeah, I did watch it, hear it later. Yes.
Okay, and how do you respond to that?
If I heard correctly, the first accident described occurred outside of the 5-year window period. If I heard correctly, he said it occurred in 2015.
Okay.
And our period was from 2019 to 2023. And again, if I heard correctly, the side swipe that he mentioned occurred a year after the 5-year period as well. So while they are important to know about, they weren't included in the study itself. So.
And is that 5-year period that you used an industry standard or typical?
It's very typical, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Just going to pull up another exhibit here. Okay. You were mentioning in your testimony about safety, and you mentioned a crosswalk, and I just wanted to pull up an exhibit to see if we could see what you were talking about. So you were mentioning safety improvements for vehicles and pedestrians. And you mentioned this crosswalk. I think, is this the crosswalk you were talking about earlier for safety?
I don't think you're sharing screen just yet.
Thank you.
Oh, maybe
there.
it just okay, there we go. Yes.
Does this show the crosswalk you were talking about?
That is a crosswalk. I'm not sure if I don't recall what I said if I was mentioning, but yes, that is the one marked crosswalk that's being a part of the project improvements, connecting the new sidewalk, if you will, along the lake side of Beach Drive to a landing on the opposite corner there,
which this then connects to the sidewalk.
Yeah, that's new as well. Before it gets into the existing sidewalk.
This is Exhibit 1, Bates page 6. Okay, so we have new sidewalk, crosswalk. Any other improvements for pedestrians?
That connection is primarily it within the public right of way. Correct.
Okay, good. Great. Okay, going back to Exhibit 16. Then did you consider what the future conditions would be if the project does not occur? And
yes, yeah.
Intersections. Okay.
We did include a table for that, a table and some exhibits for that. The forecast, what we call the design year, the forecast year in this case was 2027, which was near when the park at the time we were preparing the report thought that it might be open. So that's how we decided that would be the design year for this project. But before we, if you will, add the project traffic associated to it, what we do is we take the original count numbers, the 2024 count numbers, and then advance them forward as if there was some particular kind of growth rate within the city in this area. In this case, we used a relatively modest growth rate of 0.5%. And that was based upon another report that was led by the city in combination with Washington State Department of Transportation for evaluating improvements along State Route 522 and State Route 104. And I believe that report was completed in about 2018. And so that one, after working through that process of what improvements, roadway improvements, the growth rate that they used to forecast traffic into the future was 0.5%. And we thought that was an established number for us to use. And so we essentially added 0.5% growth rate for the city traffic for those 3 years before up until the design year. And the reason why 0.5% seems very appropriate in Lake Forest Park, because so much is already built out. It's not a lot of undevelopable land in Lake Forest Park. Some young cities, you might have a different growth rate, but for Lake Forest Park, that's appropriate.
Okay.
So this table 3 here shows what that intersection level of service was, just advancing through time from 2024 to 2027. And you'll see some differences in the just the letter number, the letters, A through D in this case, and but not many. Basically, relatively little change is what we would be forecasted and expected to see. But the numbers in here do reflect that delay in seconds, that total intersection delay in seconds. And those numbers then can be found in the appendices using our synchro analysis for each intersection independently.
Okay. And were any of the intersections failing?
No.
Okay. So in 2027, without this project, none of these 6 intersections are failing level of service.
Correct.
Right. Okay. All right. So then what's your next step then? What do you add to this?
So then our next step to add to this is, all right, what in any development proposal, what are you proposing to build on your project site? And so in this case, we received information from Facet on what they are proposing to build, which was a new park. And so we went through that effort to understand what was involved and what was in that new park and how it might be characterized that's consistent with our traffic industry norms. In our case, we follow the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE, which maybe I'll just call, because I'd rather say that quickly. So we use ITE handbooks to help guide us on what is the applicable land use code to use for any given site. And so in this case, what was reasoned was that the public park was the appropriate land use code to apply to figure out to forecast how much traffic would be generated at the park.
So if I can just
of course
see if I understand here. So the ITE handbook provides you information on trip generation for public parks.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And that is in, let me share my screen. So is that table 4? Sorry, I have to share. Or am I sharing? I think.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So is that table 4 that shows us the ITE park trip generation?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what is it? Can you walk us through this?
Sure. So in this case, in the introduction, one of the descriptions we described these 3 parcels and how many acres it was associated with each of the 3 parcels. If you were to add all 3 together, it was approximately 3.3 acres. So in the ITE handbook, it tells you, okay, the measuring stick that you use for how much traffic is going to be generated is based upon a trips per acre. So the trip rates that you see there come from the ITE handbook, and it also gives you an idea of how many people are. And this is again during different periods, and the 3 different rows there talk about, all right, how many people are coming in on a daily basis during that PM peak hour, which the hour that we counted and we identified was the PM peak hour for a weekday. And then that weekend peak, which is why we counted on that weekend here as well. What is that trip rate during the weekend? And so it gives us a sense of, okay, on the weekend, during the weekend peak, between 11 and 1, we're expecting less people, 39% of the people to be coming in, but at that point, 61% of the people are leaving. We're talking about real. I mean, if we have a much larger park, you'll see some different numbers here. But so when the raw numbers, when you calculate the trip rate times the number of acres on this park, it ended up with the numbers you see on the last three columns here, which is relatively few.
Can you explain these last three columns? What exactly does this show us?
Well, starting on the top, and I'll say that based upon this code in IT, they said based upon the trip rate, they were only expecting to have 2 vehicles come in and 1 leave over the course of the day. There's something a little off for us.
That was a weekday. That's the weekday row.
Weekday, yeah, and that would be the daily count here.
Okay.
And the PM peak during that Tuesday PM peak between 4 and 6, the trip rate was so low that it didn't even register to, unless we round it up, to have any vehicles on there.
Okay.
And the weekend was similarly rather low.
Okay.
So it gave us pause on
Okay.
hey, is this really the right measuring tool to use? And one of the reasons for that is because that next paragraph here describes, the IT is a national publication. It's a national industry standard, and they use data points from all across the country. And in some land use codes, they have lots of data points. Let's say a shopping center or a fast food restaurant or whatever. And some, like parks or some other ones, they have limited data points. And in this case, for parks, their average size park that they studied was 612 acres, quite a bit larger than what we have here at Lakefront Park. And so we thought, let's look for some other reference points, just to try to be in the sense of being reasonable here. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of where we are at the next paragraph in the next table down.
Okay. Can you explain what you did next then?
Sure. So ITE, as I mentioned, is a national organization, but we also have districts within the country. And so the district that we in Washington belong to is the Western District, along the Western coast and Hawaii. And so we did some research onto the Western ITE website for them, and found that there was a park down in California that had some information about its trip rates that it had calculated, and we wanted to take a look at that. And so we learned about how that report was done, and we thought this is much more a 10-acre park in San Luis Obispo was significantly closer than a 612-acre park, nationally. So we said, mm-hmm. Let's take a look at what that was and how those numbers would apply to our situation.
Okay. So the size is similar. Anything else similar about the San Luis Obispo?
So it had a number of uses on the site. Oh, I think we got your screen there. But it had a number of uses on the site, and it basically gave enough between ball fields and playgrounds and other things. It gave enough variability in a park type that we felt like it was much more applicable than using the other land use code, the more generic one for the nation here.
Okay.
And so those trip rates then are shared in table 5, which you can just see there on the order of considerably higher than they were for the national one.
Mm-hmm. And so and you included this study in the appendix. Okay.
Correct.
And so did you use the Santa Rosa park trip generation?
We did. And ultimately you said, hey, there are relatively few nationally accepted data points. And I say that even the Western ITE is a nationally accepted data point. It's one where, as you read through, it was actually prepared by the student chapter of the ITE at San Luis Obispo, Cal State oh my gosh, I know my kid was just there for a thing. So anyway, but yet there's a kind of a rigorous methodology that they have to follow as they submit their application to perform a study to the local chapter of professionals, and they have a professional engineer guide and work with them through that. One of their professors is also part of the study, and all that was captured in the report. We chose to put the entire report in this appendix just in case anyone was curious, like, well, why are you using this study here?
Yeah.
But one of the purposes for ITE is to have to engage students to gather data so that all of the professionals in our field can use it, and knowing that it kind of follows their methodology and their standards that are acceptable, that even if they had been doing it, the IT organization had been doing it itself, they would have met that standard. And so that's why we chose to use it for this report.
Was this was there not a Washington study?
No, that was the only one that we found. Correct. There was not a similar or applicable study.
Okay. Okay. And using the Santa Rosa trip generation, what did you find well, actually, let's look at, I'm going to make this a little smaller. I'm using it. So this is figure 5, project trips and trip generation. So is this when you used the San Luis Obispo study?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we used the Santa Rosa park study,
sorry.
and then we identify how many vehicles are entering and leaving the site during both the PM peak hour and the weekend peak hour. And so at intersection 6, you'll see that, okay, the forecast shows that during the PM peak hour, there are 8 vehicles turning right into the park and 14 vehicles leaving the park, and on the weekend it's 7 vehicles entering and 9 vehicles leaving. So those numbers, the 8 and 14, correspond to the numbers shown in table 5.
Okay. And this is weekend volumes.
This is both in parentheses is weekend, and weekday it's not.
Weekday. Okay, it's not. All right.
Put a more clear.
And what does this show us here? The arrows with 50%, 40%.
Yeah, we for this level of a study, we will make some judgments, some engineering judgments on where people are going, kind of primarily based upon just the volume of vehicles on the routes that leave it. So in this case, it was our expectation, okay, if people are leaving the park, of those 14 cars that are leaving the park, 50% are going to head north, to Bothell or Kenmore or points beyond, and 30% are heading south to Lake City and Seattle, and 20% are, heading up Bellinger Way. So we did make some judgments, and again, that's based upon kind of the general traffic volumes for each of those links in the corridor. And so then we'll take those 14 trips that are leaving, and then we will add those numbers to the existing, I should say, the forecasted 2027 numbers. So, and in this case, the park wasn't forecasted to generate a lot, but we're still adding it to the numbers, the 2027 forecasted numbers. And then we take that information of where those cars are in the next table. And then, so this will be with, next figure. And so the 2027 with project volumes. So now this exhibit includes the traffic generated by the park, and then adds it to the forecasted traffic at the network. And then we use this information and we put it into that synchro analysis to figure out what the level of service is at each of those 6 intersections.
Okay, and you were just referring to figure 6 on page 0516?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And the results, is that table 6?
That's correct. Yeah. And I did this purposely because I think the previous table we showed 2027 or 2024 without the project, comparing 2027 without the project. So you could just see two sets of numbers side by side. And then we did the same thing here with this table 6 showing 2027 without the project and then 2027 with the project. So if someone wanted to make a comparison of where the differences are, this is our way to help clarify that for the reader.
Okay. And what was the ultimate determination on the LOS?
The ultimate determination was that all 6 intersections still met the level service standard for the city and the state of Washington.
Okay. How does your table deal with, say, July 4th, 85 degrees out, and we expect more than normal traffic?
Yeah. A typical report is not asked to design for the highest, most popular day of any given year. And the industry standard is to pick a date that works, that is more typical than normal. Some depending on your project, you certainly can evaluate things. Let's say we want to know really what traffic is like on a Friday night, and that's important for us. So we would evaluate it that way. Okay. In this case, the dates that we sorry, I have to remember the actual date that we did do it, which is also escaped me here. Oh, but yeah, it would have been July. Yeah, we started it. It would have been somewhere in mid-August is when we counted these. I think the date is in the appendices here because we started July 30th, if I recall, and we and so we had the counts done just a week or so after that. So while it wasn't Seafair weekend, it was actually the weekend after Seafair. Now that I come to think of it, so see. Spurring my memory here. Yes, I remember we had a thought of, okay, we could do it this weekend, but we didn't want it to really be influenced by Seafair. Let's just do it the weekend after. It's still a nice August weekend, and that's when we counted all our cars.
And is that part of your, engineering judgment, picking the day?
In this case, for this particular project, it was more a circumstance of the project schedule that we were asked to start on July 30th and finish by almost early September. So,
okay.
So our counting was influenced by that.
But was it a typical representative time to be doing the counts, do you think?
I think it was probably pretty fortuitous from the standpoint of counting for a park on a waterfront where one might expect more cars there during the summer than during the winter.
Okay. Anything else we should know about trip generation in your traffic impact analysis?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to move to parking then. Do you recall what the current parking situation is at the Lyon Creek Preserve?
Yeah, if I recall, and just rereading and the report, there's one ADA sign stall at the Waterfront Preserve, and then 2 dedicated stalls at City Hall that are along the Ballinger Way, kind of on the east side of their City Hall parking lot property. So there was a combined 3 parking stalls dedicated for the Waterfront Preserve project park.
And did you redo the parking analysis for the Lyon Creek Preserve?
We did not redo the analysis specifically for it. We elected to, because that had been functioning that way for a number of years, and by and large, the waterfront preserve was remaining the same as a waterfront preserve. So we evaluated the park for the two new parcels and the development that was occurring at that space.
Okay.
So whereas in the traffic analysis, we looked at the combined of everything as one park, but yet for the parking, because there's already an established use for the waterfront preserve, we felt it appropriate to do for the new developed park.
Okay. Question. Sorry, I'm trying to find something specific and it's not jumping out at me. Okay, sorry about that. Typo in my notes. But I found it. Your report, Exhibit 16. I'm going to share this page. This is Bates page 524. Talks about the existing offsite parking agreement at City Hall provides 2 parking spaces for Lyon Creek Waterfront Preserve that would need to be amended to designate an additional 10 parking spaces that need to be on the project. So have you learned any more about this parking agreement, the reciprocal parking agreement, and its use for Lyon Creek Preserve?
Yeah, I knew, even from seeing on site, I knew there were dedicated parking stalls on the City Hall parking lot on the parcel. And at the time, I thought there was some sort of internal city to city memo that said, hey, we need to make sure that we have some agreement. But then I learned that I conflated some other reciprocal parking agreement that the City Hall has with the town center to allow parking on either parcel for various reasons. So that statement in the report probably isn't as clear as I would like to be now that I know what that actually reciprocal parking agreement was. I thought it was more internally. The city says we need to make sure we always have 2 parking stalls on City Hall parcel, but that was not the case. So
okay, but is it the case that there are 2 designated? Is it 2 designated stalls for Lyon Creek?
Yeah. There's 2. There are 2 with signs out there that are affixed to the sidewalk that are out there. I understand that someone can park in a third that's adjacent to it, that's right next to. But for the purposes of our report, we identified just 2 striped parking stalls in the parking lot, which actually has 40 parking stalls, but 2 of them were dedicated just for the waterfront preserve.
Okay. Share my screen again. Did you consider Lake Forest Park Municipal Code Section 1858030 in your report?
We did. We considered it. We actually considered it a previous version of it, of the version that was available to us in 2024. It's my understanding now that this table has been updated to now have 25 uses instead of the 24 that we had when we were reviewing it.
Okay.
A little detail, but yes, I'm familiar with it and the land uses that were available to select from.
Okay. And can you walk us through your analysis of this chart and how it relates to the park?
Sure. Well, we looked at it from the standpoint of, okay, is from our standpoint, is this an applicable municipal code for us to determine what land uses or what parking needs are at the park here? And so if we went through them all at the time, the land use code, it was number 13, but I believe it's now number 14, identified as recreational facilities. That was one that we identified in our report as something that would have an influence on a use identified as a recreational facility. And in this case, it's as written, it's one would require one parking spot for each employee and one parking stall space, one parking stall for each 40 square feet of floor area used for assembly purposes. And so we included it and identified that in our report, being that this park did have some structures that were going to remain on it from the former campground cabins.
And is that an accurate determination of parking needs for the park?
Well, we used it as a data point, but yet when we evaluate, we did not feel that it was applicable from the standpoint that this was a public park as identified in the ITE. And so the public parks in the ITE, whether it's Santa Rosa or whether it's the National, they came in a variety of shapes and sizes with a variety of amenities on it to give a broad cross section of parks. And those parks, some of them include areas and small buildings, assembly places for folks to assembly. And so we said, well, this is good information to have, but yet none of these these 25 land uses, or 24 at the time, actually said public park or city park or something like that. A recreational facility, as defined by the ITE, is something more akin to a YMCA or a bigger recreational facility like an indoor gym space or something where people would take a lot of classes. And so we just didn't see the connection between what the ITE defines as a recreational facility and what's and the park itself.
What about this using floor area to determine parking in a park? What did you think about that?
Well, we thought about it, but we thought that continuing on the evaluation of on a pure acre basis was more applicable. And so that's what we included this as a point of reference in the discussion of in our report. But we also included the ITE's parking rates on a per acre basis, both for the national ITE measures as well as again, fortuitously enough, the Santa Rosa study also had parking generation for it as well. So we used that as another data point.
Did you hear or review Mr. Fudge's testimony about Animal Acres Park and Horizon Park and the number of parking stalls they have?
I did, yeah, and we didn't. I did hear that, and so if I recall that Animal Acres was about a 4-acre park, just shy of 4 acres. And if I recall, it had about 24 parking spaces on it for that park.
And are you aware if that has any floor area?
I'm not. I remember looking at it literally online the other day, but I don't believe that there are assembly spaces on it.
So if a park didn't have floor area and you treated it as a recreational facility, how many parking stalls?
Yeah, well, one could take the next step in that calculation to say, well, if you didn't have floor area at Elm Acres, then by following this land use code, then you would be required to provide 0 parking spots for it, which doesn't, which we felt like, well, that's why we shouldn't use this at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what does the ITE, I'm sorry, let me stop sharing here. When you used So you didn't think that the chart was applicable. So did you say then you looked at some different things? Can you walk us through those?
Yeah. I mean, what's typical for us when we're evaluating parking at any development site is really going back to it's a different set of books where for traffic, we go to the ITE trip generation book. But for parking, it's the ITE parking generation book. Very similar, the same land use codes, the same descriptions of land use types for it. And so that our use of the term public park was still applicable, whether it's for trip generation or parking generation. And so that's where we went next on this determination towards a recommendation on how many parking stalls to recommend.
And what did you find out from the ITE parking generation?
Yeah, so the land use code, the specific land use code is land use code 411, public park. And again, this one, there's a range of parks they evaluated. And in this, even in the description here, they talk about, kind of the general size of them. And in this case, the 125 acres, 126 acres was sort of the average park size for a weekday park, and 20 acres for the Sunday. And again, much larger than what we have here at Waterfront Park. So then because of our finding of the Santa Rosa Park, we said, well, let's take a look at what the numbers that they have there for that park here, which has a lot of the same similar amenities with grass outdoor areas and picnic places and a playground and that sort of thing. So that seemed like, and Santa Rosa, frankly, had more things. They had ball fields and basketball courts and stuff like that. So it was definitely a higher intensity use, or I should say more active use park when it was all said and done. But we thought it's a worthwhile data point for us to consider.
And does this table 7 then show?
That is, yeah. So if you were to take all the information from both the national ITE and the Santa Rosa ITE study, those were the parking rates for the weekday and the weekend. And you'll see they're remarkably close on the weekday, both roughly 5 parking stalls per acre. A little difference on the weekend, but we thought, okay, that's useful for us to know for our just shy of 2-acre park, our 1.9 acre park. And so the far right hand column then would be the number if we were to follow a particular parking rate for these two publications. How many parking stalls would they result with? So everything from as few as 8 parking stalls according to Santa Rosa, to as many as 14 parking stalls. Is what this showed us.
Okay. What did you do with that?
Well, then we looked at that as well, and we thought, well, let's think about let's take even a little narrower view of things, or I should say, let's just keep looking for other data points. Not that these are wrong; these are industry standard for us. But we thought, you know what, for this location, let's look at some other other more nearby parks.
Okay.
So that if you scroll to the next table.
Table 8?
Table 8. Table 9.
9. Okay. All right. What does table 9 show us?
Well, table 9 is a list of parks within the city of Bellevue that are also on Lake Washington, just like Lakefront Park. And so the city of Bellevue has a kind of a nice database that you can download and review that has all the information about park sizes. We did have to count all of the parking stalls to figure out how many are at each park, but we thought that was important to say, from the standpoint of giving us some other reference points for how many parking stalls on a per acre basis would be, from a comparison standpoint. And so this table here shows us that, on average of the 7 parks within the city of Bellevue system that are on Lake Washington, they roughly average 8 parking stalls per acre is kind of how we might, summarize that. The parks ranged in size from, as small as a very small, less than a quarter acre size park to as many as 42 acres over at Newcastle Beach Park here. But the average size park is 10 and the median was 4 acres. So with the median size of the parks in Bellevue, we thought, okay, we're in the neighborhood of Lakefront Park.
Because were you looking at the 3.3 or the 1.9 for the new part of the Lakefront Park?
We were looking at the 1.9 just because of the fact that the Waterfront Preserve had been established as a preserve area for people to walk through, and 3 parking stalls have been used or have been dedicated for it for quite some time. And I don't remember how far back, but quite some time. But again, this table was really just to identify what is that parking rate that Bellevue has provided for its facilities.
Okay.
We didn't include it on the table here, but the second paragraph after table 9 does describe Log Boom Park, which I know is just up the road, if you will, from Lakefront Park here. And so we wanted that as a point of information here as well, because that is another park on Lake Washington, just shy of 4 acres. And our count at that time was, still is, it was 50 general use parking stalls and 288 parking stalls. And so then we had a parking rate for Log Boom Park there of the 13.33 stalls per acre. It also, obviously has waterfront access. It also has 3 direct connections to the Burke Gilman Trail. So it is really situated in a place where it's got a lot of recreational connections to it, both through this regional trail as well as to the kayak center and its beach and a long dock.
Okay. Ask you to address something else in the code. So we're back at Lake Forest Park Municipal Code, section 1858030, and the last it's the last sentence in that code section. about the parking requirements for use not being provided in this section. Can you tell me how you understood that and if you used that at all?
Yeah, well, that's a that statement at the end of the table kind of spoke to me, spoke to us that there might be uses, however the table is written, there might be uses that are not captured in this particular table, and so the statement, the plain language of the statement is, hey, parking requirements for use not provided in this section shall be determined by the city planning department, or such determination shall be based upon the requirements of the most comparable use specified herein. So I looked at that as, well, there's reason, another reason for the TIA, both for the traffic analysis, but for the parking analysis. So I saw that the parking analysis part of this TIA was the reason for to kind of help fill in the gaps for areas when a specific use like this park, if it's not identified in this particular table. So
Okay.
that was my interpretation.
Okay. And Mr. Fudge's testimony was that, well, a comparable use specified herein, and he pointed to I think he pointed to three, but I remember two of them. One of them was the community recreational centers, use that, or 14, like you talked about, recreational facilities, use that. And both of them are the one per employee and one stall for every 40 square feet. Do you think those are comparable to the Lakefront Park situation?
I don't, and I base that based upon my use and reading of the ITE, which uses the same word. So land use code 495 of the ITE is recreational community center. And this says a recreational community center is a standalone public facility similar to and including YMCA's. So and I looked at what was proposed at the site, and it was not something similar to a YMCA.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes on and it talks about different other examples, but just this first part there made me think of, well, we're talking about a city park, and many of the city parks have gathering spaces in them.
Mr. Fudge also thought that you should look at the amenities in a park to determine how to do the trip count. What do you think? What's your opinion of that? Your professional opinion?
Amenities are certainly important. As mentioned, there's waterfront access. There's a playground. There's a lot of walking trails through this area, but yet the ITE doesn't distinguish between picking out specific uses within a park site, unless it's something specific like a soccer field. They do have land use codes just for soccer fields or tennis courts, but this park did not have either of those facilities. So it's my responsibility to follow sort of the established precedent of how our industry calculates traffic and determines parking needs for a site.
Okay. Mr. Fudge also thought that we should look at the number of bathrooms to determine parking needs. And what's your professional opinion about that?
That's not something that we use to measure or identify the number of parking stalls or traffic.
Okay. And so what does the ITE use to determine for the parking stalls?
For parking stalls, they use acreage as a measure for it. For I think another difference is for recreation centers. They also use uh, close square footage of a building, and they also use how many members are associated with the recreation center. So, like a private membership.
The ITE does that?
ITE does, yes.
Okay.
And that's for traffic generation.
Okay.
Not
For
for parking.
traffic. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, did you consider, well, Mr. Fudge said, well, there should be one number for the flexible space use, and then there should be another number for the rest of the park, and I believe he came up with 92 parking spaces. What's your professional opinion about splitting it into two like that?
Yeah, I did hear that. I think the number is 96, actually.
Okay.
Sorry. And I heard that. I heard his reasoning, but that's similarly not. That's not something when we identify something as a city park. It's not a city park and other facilities that might be on the park. So, and so it's our expectation that parks include spaces for people to gather.
Okay. Mr. Fudge also he looked at your information on the Bellevue parks, and my memory is he didn't think the Bellevue parks were analogous because there's a lot of condominiums around and people can just walk to those parks. Can you address that?
Yeah, there might be a couple of the 7 parks, a few that are within reasonable walking distance to people, but there were a number of parks, from the south of I-90 at Newcastle Beach Park, all there are parks up and down, and some within residential areas that are not anywhere near multifamily or high-rise residential uses. So, that. So we felt it was representative of something similar in a similar setting to Lake Forest Park, where there's a lot of single-family residences around some of the parks.
Okay. All right, let's turn to your recommendation. And so can you walk us through your parking recommendation?
Right. Why don't we go to table 10 on the next page?
Okay.
Yeah.
Table 10.
So table 10 is where, yes. So table 10 is where we summarized all the various sources that we had brought to the report earlier in the report, and put them all in one table, just compare the parking rates, so one could get a sense of, well, if it was following Santa Rosa, how many parking stalls would this project be required or be recommended to have. So that number, from Santa Rosa ranged from which again was a multi-use facility with fields and courts and playgrounds, and their parking rate ended up with for the reciprocal number for Lakefront Park would have been 10. The IT generation manual had a little higher parking rate for the weekend. And again, we picked the highest of the 2 rates.
Okay.
Before I said, hey, there was a weekday rate and there's a weekend rate. For this particular table, we selected the highest of those 2 rates. And so for the IT national parking generation manual, The higher rate was from the weekend period. And that calculation ended up with, okay, you would need to provide 14 parking stalls at Lakefront Park. And I mentioned that the city of Bellevue Waterfront Parks, there was a range of them, range of not just a range of sizes, but a range of parking rates. But for this table here, we used the average, which was the 7.7 parking rate. And so then that would have corresponded to 15 parking stalls. I mentioned the city of Kenmore's Log Boom Park here, and it's almost 4-acre size, would have resulted in 26 parking stalls here at Lakefront Park. And then if one were compelled to follow the definition of a recreational facility for this park from the municipal code, the city's municipal code, and instead of using on a per acre basis, but actually used it on a per square foot basis of assembly space, converting that number to a stalls per acre, it would have resulted in 44 parking stalls for Lakefront Park.
Okay. I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
So just on this last part.
Sure.
So recreational facilities used 1 stall for every 40 square feet.
It did, yeah.
And did you calculate that for the entire park or just for assembly area? What did you do?
Yeah, what we did at the time, our understanding of the 2 spaces that were to be used for calculating assembly spaces, and it was described in the report, but one of them was the larger, quote unquote, the big house that was going to be converted into some sort of community room. And in this report at the time, our understanding was that the picnic area would be counted as an assembly space. So we took the areas from those 2 spaces and then divided it by 40 square feet and had a 1 parking stall per 40 square feet of those 2 spaces combined. And then to come up with a number of 44. And then from the 44, we could kind of back calculate on the area on what that parking rate would be.
Okay.
So
this 44 does use the 1 stall per part. Okay.
Correct. It was sort of a back calculation to get to it because there was not a stalls per acre calculation. But I wanted to have that, if you will, that middle column, that parking rate. I wanted to have that in there for my sake of comparison.
Okay.
Because I felt it was relevant that if Lakefront Park was being asked to provide parking for its park users, it should be relevant to other parks, other city parks. Yeah. And so in this case, that back calculation of 23 stalls per acre is considerably higher than Log Boom and the other parks in our that were evaluated in our study. And that kind of just gave me one more data point to say that was not the intent of how that land use code was used. Similar to how you described it. Well, what if there was 0 building there? Then using that approach, 0 parking stalls would be required at this facility. So I just didn't feel like it was relevant for determining the number of parking stalls, but I felt like it was relevant to include in this table for my sake of comparison.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Have you since had done any additional work on calculating if you were to use the recreational facility based on updated information, since your report was done in September 2024?
Yeah, I had in preparation for this hearing, from the standpoint, since then I learned that our understanding of what an assembly space at that picnic area, that the definition, whether it's from the architect or from the city, but the definition really was a room with 4 walls, for lack of a better term, or at least, room with walls on all sides. And a picnic shelter would not have qualified as that assembly space.
Okay.
But yet the annex that we had talked about as being one of the houses that was being repurposed, that would be, by some measures considered part of the assembly space, excluding the kitchen and the bathroom area. There was also some discussion about, could it be an assembly space because it only had one emergency exit. So I'm not the architect, but I know that since the report was done, a year and a half ago, more information has been shared with me that, okay, maybe, we would need to recount that. And so I had looked at that and how that would be done if someone were to ask, what would the number be? So.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen here. And can you, this is not an exhibit at this time, but can you tell us what this is?
Yes. Okay. So this is an exhibit from the architect of the two buildings that are part of the park improvements that were being repurposed from the former cabins. So the one on the left is, known as the annex building, a smaller building. And again, I'm not exactly certain what its purpose is, but a smaller building with a bathroom and a little kitchen sink there. And so the total square footage of that space is 550 square feet. It's in red. It's kind of small, but the bathroom kitchen area is 118 square feet. So the resulting assembly space, to my understanding, would be 432 square feet.
Okay.
The community building, if you will, the big house that was being repurposed here, was a total of 1,364 square feet, of which 261 is bathroom, kitchen area that's not considered assembly, which leaves 1,103 square feet for assembly space in that particular building. So if you were to add the assembly space for these two buildings, the 432 plus the 1,103, you would end up with, in the table that I put, and I did these measurements, and I had added this information on top of the architect's drawing. So if you were to add those two assembly space areas, you end up with 1,535 square feet of assembly space. And if one were to be required to follow that one parking stall per 40 square feet, just kind of on its own, to me, that would be based upon the maximum number of people possible to assemble within that area. And ultimately, you end up with 38 parking stalls for just this parking space. So this 38 number is different than the 44 number that was in the report.
Okay. Does that 38 number, what did you do about the decking outside of the community building?
I did not include the decking based upon my understanding of what the city considers as assembly space, which is an interior space as opposed to assembly exterior without any walls.
Okay. Okay. And then you have a second calculation there for the maximum persons as well?
Yeah. As an engineer, I'm looking at different options. Like, okay, well, if I received this 222 persons number from the architect, or that said, okay, in these community spaces, the maximum number of people, and they do it on a floor area, people standing, without chairs, but in an area, they said we could fit 222 people within this assembly area. And so that's my understanding of that number. But then I also understood that the city was planning to limit the number of people that could gather at this space by, since they are the renter of the facility, they could put a cap or a limit on how many people could use it for whatever event that they wanted. Mm-hmm. And so I said, well, if the city is self-limiting or bringing down that maximum number to 95 people, well, then shouldn't the number of parking stalls kind of correspondingly also be reduced because you would have less people needing to park there. So that ratio of 95 to 222 is 43% of the maximum number of people. So then I kind of did the transitive property. Well, okay, well then 43% of roughly 39 stalls is 17 stalls. So, and again, not that I ascribe to we would do a city park and a community center, because that's not how traffic engineers identify how much parking is needed for a park. But if there were folks that said, no, this is a park and something else, and again, that's not the way traffic engineers do it, but if someone said it's park and a community center, well, then this 17 stalls is sort of where I said, well, if someone were said you need to keep these separate, that would be the number of parking stalls that I would believe that is appropriate for this assembly space.
Okay.
And then, obviously the city is in control of renting out the space, whether it's after hours, after park hours, or where, so there's ways to not have them at the same time. But if, all things combined, where you had the assembly space at the same time and the park being used, and someone said, you need to consider this assembly space, that's the number that I came up with.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, I would ask that this be admitted into evidence rather than just illustrative, as it seems to be what we've been doing during the hearing.
Absolutely. Entered as Exhibit 53.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Exhibit 16, your traffic impact analysis. You took us through Table 10, and we were going through what your recommendation for the number of parking stalls is for the park. If you could let us keep going on that and let us know what your recommendation is based on the information you gathered.
Sure. To cut to the chase, the number of parking stalls that we recommended was 22 for the park.
Okay.
And it was based upon a series of inputs ranging from the Lake Forest Park Municipal Code as a point of reference but we said, that's 3 times more than what the ITE would do, so we didn't think that was applicable. Mm-hmm. We looked at Log Boom Park and we looked at the city of Bellevue, and we said, I think and Log Boom Park, with its connections to Burke-Gilman Trail and other other amenities that Lakefront Park doesn't have, that we thought that finding a midpoint, frankly, between Log Boom Park and the city of Bellevue parks seemed appropriate, especially considering that the parking rate for Lakefront Park ended up being higher than all but one city of Bellevue park. And the only reason it wasn't higher than that park is because it was the smallest park, the 0.15 acres with 2 parking stalls. So even the parking rate that was proposed was higher than the rates experienced at the other Bellevue parks.
Okay. Can I back up and ask you one question? Log Boom Park being close to Burke-Gilman Trail. Won't this park also be close to Burke-Gilman Trail?
It will be, but the difference is it has 3 direct connections from the park walking paved hard surface paths between the parking area and the beach and bathrooms where people are, I look at it as it's a great waterfront park, but it's also almost as much as a trailhead park for Burke Gilman Trail here as well,
okay.
whereas Lakefront Park is not,
Okay.
being that it's not directly on it with direct connections.
Okay.
And I should probably back just really quickly, as I said, the 22, as I'm looking at the very last paragraph on this page 18 here.
Yes.
And I know I start off with, just to cut the chase, it's 22 parking spots. But the reason we came up with that was a combination of the 3 parking stalls already provided for Waterfront Park, because we did not include those in our parking rate calculations.
Already in the preserve?
In the preserve, yeah, the 3
Okay.
parking stalls already existing provided today, the 1 ADA and the 2 offsite parking stalls at City Hall. So those 3 spots we knew we needed to continue to provide. And then and so the other 19 were quite frankly based on a 10 parking stalls per acre basis as a rate, multiplied by the 1.9 acres for the 2 parcels associated with Lakefront Park. So the 19, if you will, new parking stalls plus the 3 existing stalls arrived at our 22 parking spots.
Okay. And we've heard description of those spots. Let's see. Top share here. And where is your understanding of where those 22 parking stalls are going to be provided?
So it's my understanding. So we prepared this, like I said, in September 2024, and there was concept drawings of what the park was, but it was still going through iterations, and it hadn't settled on what that parking lot was going to look like. Since then, in the 70% drawings that are one of the exhibits here in this hearing, is that there will be 10 parking stalls provided on site at the park. And then the balance of those parking stalls would be provided offsite at City Hall on the City Hall property.
Okay. Pull up that exhibit. So I'm sharing with you exhibit 40, which is the parking lot exhibit. And does this show those 10 stalls on the parking lot site?
It hasn't come up just yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to hit share. Okay. Here's exhibit 40. Is it showing those 10 stalls?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then can you describe for us how this parking lot is going to function?
Yeah. So essentially, this parking lot is a one-way parking lot that is, while it's one way, it still is being designed that's wide enough for emergency access. There's like a minimum requirement that fire has in most jurisdictions that's 20 feet wide. So even though it's, meant for one car, it needs to be wide enough to allow a fire truck to get by if a car is disabled or it needs, or put its outriggers down. There's also some actually just design requirements for any car that is parked in a parking spot. And when you pull in, you need to be able to pull out. And so there are design guidelines, ironically, that ITE provides for parking lot design, on how to do that. And so, these parking stalls would, the ones in light blue is my understanding, that they are, from 4 through 9. Those are all general use, but identified as short-term drop-off and pickup stalls. I don't know how they'll be signed necessarily or the duration of it, but that's my understanding that are general use. Parking stalls 1 through 3 were identified as to be marked for ADA accessible. And so those are closest to the park amenities and the sidewalk through there, with space between stalls 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, so that someone can get in and out who might have difficulties otherwise.
Okay.
And it's my understanding that parking stall 10 was for city use, whether it be emergency services, police, fire, or city staff.
Okay. Does
Oh,
this
look at
show?
that. There's a key down there. I could have just.
I didn't have it up at first, so my apologies. My apologies. Okay. And well, let me go through one thing first.
Go ahead.
There was testimony by Mr. Fudge that he wanted his kids to have a sidewalk to walk on Beach Drive. Does this has the park provided a sidewalk path for pedestrians to walk through the parking lot, or how would a pedestrian traverse through here?
Right. It's my understanding that the project limits really end at that eastern or the top edge of the park property. Through there is where the project limits end at the right of way. So someone walking from the offsite, let's say they're walking from City Hall and walking on the sidewalk that I mentioned earlier on the frontage of Beach Drive. That sidewalk leads you into the park proper, apart from the road, separated from the motor vehicles. And then it does wind around the perimeter of the parking lot. And then, and again, learning from listening to the testimony, kind of what was planned, or kind of not just what, but why. Right now, that sidewalk or that walkway ends adjacent to parking stall 10, that reserved for city or emergency services. Sort of ends there with vegetative screening and kind of a landscaped area. And there were reasons for why that ended there. But presumably, if someone were to continue on that path, or the design was changed to continue that walkway up to the public right-of-way of Beach Drive, that could be the continuation of walkways on Beach Drive further to the east, or up the lake.
Okay. But right now, no sidewalk is
correct.
Planned further east. Okay.
Correct. Right now, the sidewalk ends and it's not intended. So if someone did want to continue on their journey at some point, they would have to step onto the parking lot area and walk through, out the out gates, or similar to how much of the pedestrian movement is done on Beach Drive today, because there is no sidewalk along that corridor. And as I think Amber described before, just from the Waterfront Preserve entrance area to the intersection with Bothell Way, it's a hard packed gravel kind of dirt surface, but it is not a sidewalk, hard paved surface concrete sidewalk that is proposed as part of this project.
Thank you. Did you hear any of the public comment? People testifying about public comment?
I have heard some, yeah.
Okay. Yes. I heard a concern expressed about people needing to be able to turn around when they find out, there's not enough spaces to park at the park. How do you as a traffic engineer, how do you see people turning around and
Right,
getting
right.
back onto,
Yeah.
Highway 522?
Yeah, yeah, and it's obviously it's a challenge today that people have experienced and described in their testimony. And one of the things with this park, with these two access points into the park, both the ingress and the egress, those do provide that ability for a 3-point turn for someone to pull in and back out, kind of like what some private developments we call a hammerhead driveway, where you don't have room for an entire roundabout or a traffic circle, or or a U-turn movement. Um, that's that is an approach that's taken on some developments through here. So that's how I would expect folks, if they were to find the gates closed, to turn around.
So the gates are closed. Somebody can do a 3-point turn and go back out onto Highway 522. What if the gates aren't closed? The park is open, but stalls 1 through 10 are full of other people doing pickup and drop off. What does someone have to do then?
Well, right now with the one-way access, people are coming through that parking lot in a one-way through, and we did one of the things that I was asked to help with was provide signing for the right-of-way within the roadway right-of-way. And so one of the signs that we had proposed at that intersection at the egress for the park was a left turn only for folks. And whether the city elects to put supplemental plaques about local use only, if others want to turn right where they live down Beach Drive, they are naturally going to turn right. But the regulatory sign is the thing that compels motorists to continue on that on their journey back out Beach Drive.
Mm-hmm. And as a traffic engineer, are you allowed to assume that people will obey regulatory signs?
That's our presumption. The Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, or the MUTCD manual, is the book that everyone in the nation follows for how to determine what signs to use and where to place them, what size they need to be. So in this case, the left turn arrow that I mentioned is one of those regulatory signs that allows law enforcement to issue tickets, or however they were, if people don't follow those signs, because those come with a kind of a statutory responsibility. Similarly, I think the fire marshal also provided comments on the design of and within the right of way for making sure that emergency services could get through, and so they provided comments. And on that, we added signs to address those review comments, which were principally associated with no parking, fire lane, adding some paint striping on the face of the curbs in red with stenciled writing that indicates fire lane, no parking. So that has been included in the preliminary design documents from within the project limits, from this eastern edge of the project limits south to the intersection with the state highway.
Now, for the parking stalls at City Hall, 12, I think you said, the Fudge's pre-hearing brief states that 10 of the 18 new parking spaces already exist in nearby Lake Forest Park Town Center and are already heavily used. What can you provide us any information on that use of those?
Sure. I can't speak to the numbers that the Fudges presented, but we did prior to that open house that I attended in mid-June of 2025. So prior to that, the weekend before, it was the weekend after Memorial Day, we did go out and provide a count, because we had some of that same internal discussions. Well, let's just see what is the usage here on a typical weekend. And so I had one of my colleagues go out midday on a Friday, a Saturday, and a Sunday. And this is the weekend after Memorial Day in 2025. So it would have been May 30th, 31st, and June 1st. And just took a count at the same time, 3 days in a row, to figure out well, for one, how many stalls were there, in the inventory within the City Hall parking lot. And then of that inventory, how many were used during that point.
Okay, let me have something here. Okay, Mr. Harris, can you tell us what this aerial photo shows?
Sure. This is an exhibit that I prepared based upon my request to my colleague to go count parking stalls. It's an aerial image that we created from King County's IMAP, and kind of gives us a sense of. I used IMAP because it told us where the parcel limits were for City Hall. So in red, so the triangular building, for those unfamiliar, the triangular shaped building in the middle top is City Hall. And the red, thin red line that's around that goes around some of the parking lot is the limits of City Hall. Somewhat irregularly shaped, but that's the limits according to the King County assessor that they have on their mapping program. And so from that, we identified what is the inventory of how many parking stalls exist at City Hall today, and what are their uses and designations. So if I were to start from the lower right, where it says offsite parking for existing park waterfront preserve. So those are the two dedicated stalls that have signs that are affixed to the sidewalk that says these two parking stalls are dedicated for waterfront preserve. I know we had some discussion. There's another stall that some people do park at just to the right below the paint stripe. So some people consider that there are 3 parking stalls, but when we counted, our understanding and what was in the report is 2 dedicated stalls for the waterfront preserve. So I'm going with that.
Okay.
Moving upwards, going counterclockwise, those 2 white vehicles there, I understand were city staff employee stalls. I don't recall if there's a sign that says city employee parking only, but those I believe are city employee signed parking stalls today.
Okay.
Kind of keep working around. There's actually a dumpster there in the upper right corner there, so we leave a little space, or the parking stalls stop and leave some space so someone can wheel out the dumpster and get to the garbage man and put it back. But so if we were to look at those stalls that are just fronting the building, there are 10 general use stalls, and then 2 ADA marked stalls that are right near the front door there. And then the next 2 aisles over within City Hall property, there are no more ADA marked stalls, but there are 13 general use stalls in that aisle, and then another 11 general use stalls in that aisle. And so all totaled, it was 40 total parking stalls, with 2 of them being marked as ADA and 38 for general use, or 36 general use, 2 city employee parking as presently signed.
Thank you. And what did that traffic count that you did show you about use of these stalls?
Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to bring up the.
Oh yeah, one more. Sorry.
Thing.
Yep, I will. Thank you.
May we enter that as an exhibit, or is it already one?
It is not an exhibit. Thank you, Mr. Examiner. I would offer this as an exhibit.
Thank you. The drawing is
Yep.
entered as Exhibit 54. Some may be wondering how much longer we're going to go. Ms. Pratt, how much more do you have direct with Mr. Harris?
Maybe
I'm not asking you to cut it short. I just,
right.
if it's going to be more than 15 minutes or so, I'll say, let's start again tomorrow at noon.
It may be, so I would be happy to start again tomorrow at noon.
Okay. Let's then use this break in the flow of questions to be our break for today. Recall that tomorrow I can't start until noon. So our session tomorrow will start at 12 o'clock noon, straight up. I will be willing to go at least an extra hour tomorrow because we're losing time in the morning. I figured 9 to 5 is really 7 hours because an hour for lunch. And if we start at noon, you're not going to get a lunch break. So if we went to 6, we'd be pretty close to getting a full day in that way. So that's my intent at this point, is to figure that we'll probably go till 6 tomorrow. So we stand at recess then until 12 noon tomorrow, after Ms. Pratt asks her question, and hopefully I can answer it.
So I understand you'll be giving us 6 hours tomorrow. I will not be able to finish the city's case in 6 hours. And that's the last day we have scheduled for this hearing.
Okay. Trying to get my calendar without knocking everything off here. Let me get out of this screen view so I can see everybody. There we are. I can give you all day Thursday. I just happen to have it empty. Mr. Anika, you're nodding up and down. Does that mean yes or no way?
That means yes. I have gotten everything I had on Thursday covered for just this eventuality. So,
Ms. Pratt, can you do Thursday?
I can do Thursday. I mean, I will be jockeying people around. I've got a couple people that parts of Thursday are a problem, but we can do Thursday.
Okay. We will add that to our list. So Thursday will be a 9 to 5. I'm guessing that won't do it. Because if you won't finish tomorrow, then that would mean that you would be finishing on Thursday, and then we would have, remind myself, yeah, we would have rebuttal. And I don't know what you folks are feeling about rebuttal. Sometimes I'm surprised. I get to the end of direct and there's been so much questioning and cross and what have you that people say, we don't really want any rebuttal. And other times rebuttal is robust. And I don't know which way you folks think you're going with it, because I certainly don't control that.
I will just say that it's still a little up in the air for me.
Okay.
That's in as much as that is helpful. This might be as good a time as any to mention that Ms. Pratt and I discussed this morning having written closings.
Okay,
Just given the complexity, I don't think we need to set the briefing schedule right now, but
very good. I'm game for you doing that. Now, assuming we can't finish tomorrow, Friday, I have two pre-hearing conferences. They're both Zoom type. One's at 10 in the morning. One's at 1 in the afternoon. The one at 1 in the afternoon is a drug forfeiture conference. The two attorneys have been telling me for months now that they're very close to settling. And every time we schedule one of these, usually an hour or two before it's supposed to go off, they send me an email and say, we're close, give us some more time. If I have it, I can't imagine it taking more than an hour. So I could start on Friday at 2 o'clock. I don't dare schedule this before that because they're just as likely to come on and say, we need to talk. But I would be game for Friday starting at 2, maybe run to 6 again. So we at least get 4 hours. Does that work for you folks?
yes, it works for me.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll put that on my calendar. Now, you note I'm doing this without consulting my wife and her calendar, so I hope we can change this tomorrow morning if we have to, but I think we're good to go. And in the for what it's worth category, if we have to go to next week, I would beg not to have to do it on Monday because that's my mind the grandkids day, and it takes two of us in two different cars to get the kids where they need to go on Monday. And I can't do, I've got to keep that. But I have weirdly nothing scheduled on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. So we can talk again, but if I have to go into next week, my schedule would be conducive to doing that. Okay, can we now recess for the evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It is now, we'll call it 5:15 just to use round numbers. It's 5:15 p.m. We stand at recess until noontime tomorrow, at which time we will reconvene and continue on with the examination of Mr. Harris. I trust you'll be able to be here tomorrow, sir. Okay, he says yes. Since this is a continuation to a date and time certain, there is no need for additional notice, nor will any be given. I thank you all very much. Enjoy your evening and see you at noon tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mr. McLean,